Reporters surrounded June from all sides. He had just become a super high-rank hunter for the first time in history, and he had done it in a year. He was bombarded with questions, asked to give advice to beginners, as he entered one of the most dangerous gates with his team. June thought about it. There hadn't been any operations like this for a long time, and he didn't remember telling anyone about them. But listening to the hubbub of journalists, he understood that for them this was a chance they could not miss. So when he stopped and told them that he was now focused exclusively on his raid, the journalists tensed up in anticipation of his words. So June decided to please them a little and turned around, full of pathos, like in a movie about heroes. He loudly assured them that his team's first concern was the safety of the residents and that this would never change. Having squeezed out only this, he turned back to the gate, to the disappointed cries of the media personnel who had hoped to hear more information. June already thought that this was enough to maintain his positive image. But then someone from the crowd asked him what he thought about the attack on the cleaners. Jun was taken aback by this statement and turned around to see the impudent person who dared to say such a thing. The impudent man repeated his statement and added that June had thrown a simple cleaner against the wall, which had injured him. But the stranger did not calm down at this. He assured everyone that it was true, especially since he knew the victim personally. The stranger taunted that the #1 ranked player in the world beat up a man old enough to be his father, and not a line was written about it. A whisper went through the ranks of journalists. Such accusations were a sensation in themselves, and everyone was waiting to see what the hero would say. But Jun simply waved it off, briefly replied that it was all rumors and headed towards the gate. The stranger wished Jun good luck, as if nothing had happened. As the best hunter in the world, Jun walked through the gate with his team, his face twisted in anger. After the world changed, an association appeared that protected citizens from terrible monsters. They also gathered all the people with unusual abilities and divided them into 4 departments. The task force was raiding. In other words, they were hunters and were considered elite, and Jun was the leader of this team. But now, he was haunted by the rumors of an attack that were quickly spreading on social media. His famous person was hit with a stream of speculation, anger, comments from sleepless slackers and haters. Jun was gritting his teeth and his manager asked what was wrong with him, since the raid had gone well. But the hunter reminded her that he didn't want publicity about the matter. But even though that was true, someone still leaked the information online, and Jun wanted to know his name. He went through several names in his mind, but the manager told him that the man who had told the story was the janitor's son, not the reporter. Jun grabbed his head from the nagging pain, but that wasn't the only problem. His manager warned him that other cases would also become public, and in the wake of the outrage, she suggested that he take a break and take a short vacation. But Jun was furious about this. Most of all, he hated people who stood in his way. Of course, his manager knew about this. Jun demanded that they find everyone and solve this problem, otherwise his reputation would be ruined. She answered briefly that she would try, and Jun sighed tiredly, as if he had spoken to a robot, and asked her what the association director thought. The manager said that the director was busy hiring foreign hunters and was just waiting for things to sort themselves out. But Jun felt like she was being ignored. Soon the director may simply forget about him, but he earned so much for him, and promised that he would not tolerate this. Manager Lee answered him with a blank face, and Jun was again annoyed that she spoke like a robot. She gave him the standard excuse that nothing would change because, despite public opinion, his rating was high, and he would keep his job. When Jun first read all these articles after the raid, he was so angry that he started shaking and started destroying everything, which alarmed his team. They barely calmed him down because Jun wanted to find the guy who spread the rumors. He had so many titles, the youngest and best hunter. In one moment, he achieved so much that would normally take years. It would be strange not to be angry about these rumors. While Jun was thinking about how to get rid of those who were bothering him, the manager asked him why he was behaving like this. But Jun replied that the guy was the first to step on his throat. Then Lee asked what the reason was. Jun had never liked cleaners, and this was the first time she had encountered them, she supposed. The hunter didn't answer and waved it off, saying that he simply didn't know and didn't remember. He asked the guy's name, his name was Gary, and Jun wanted to quickly calm down all the fuss as soon as he got back to the association. Jun sighed heavily. He was thoroughly fed up with everyone. There were only fools around, he told his manager. And at that moment, his face was illuminated by the headlights of a truck that was rushing towards them in the oncoming lane. Jun shouted at the manager, but she froze in fear, and then he used his time-exceeding skill. At the last second, he steered the car away from a heavy truck that was heading in the oncoming lane. Jun shuddered. Another second and he would have been painting the asphalt with his blood, and the truck didn't even think about stopping. The hunter didn't understand what was happening. Maybe the driver was drunk. Manager Lee grabbed the steering wheel with her hands so tightly that it was impossible to tear them away. Jun got out of the car. He was already in a bad mood, and now it got even worse. But as he took a step onto the highway, grabbers on long cables jumped out and grabbed his arms. Jun recognized the thing as a super powerful detention device. Now he couldn't move. The headlights of the truck illuminated him again, now approaching from behind. Jun was unable to use his skills and was rammed from behind by a truck, forcing him into its cab. To make matters worse, another truck was rushing towards him as if one wasn't enough. They collided and there was an explosion, as if the vehicle was packed with explosives, just like in the movies. But even these fire ships could not break the hunter. He laughed and said that today was definitely a hard day. Meanwhile, several lines of armed men in full gear were approaching him, covering themselves with heavy shields. It was a well-planned attack. A normal hunter would have died on the spot without even fighting back. But Jun had fought in battles like this thousands of times, and fought with more dangerous and numerous opponents. In the dungeons, he was often on the verge of life and death. He will not die from such injuries. That's what he thought. But there Jun was, kneeling in front of the people who had ambushed him. One of the militants pointed the barrel of a titan, the most powerful weapon for clearing dungeons, at him. Jun chuckled in confusion. It was a little dangerous, he said. A shot rang out and sent him into reboot, finishing what 2 reincarnation trucks had failed to do. When this happened, the system began sending him a lot of messages that he had died and was calculating the probability of his revival. Jun was drowning in deep water. His thoughts were somewhere else, and he just felt the water pressing on him more and more. Before he passed out, he saw a message that his hidden karma skill had taken him back 10 years. Jun looked around. He was in a dungeon. Again, after so many years, he knew well what they looked like and could not confuse them with anything. The cleaning crew dragged the monster carcasses, sorted them by type, hid them in bags. Someone called Jun to help carry the bodies to the furnace. The former hunter was breathing heavily. The job was not easy for him. Based on the karma of his past life, he became part of the cleaning team. All the events of the past flashed through his memory, his helplessness in front of the hired killers. Jun woke up as if from a disturbing nightmare and screamed. He had that stupid dream again, he thought, and got out of bed. He didn't know how long he had slept, but when he looked around, he noticed that he was lying in the middle of a terribly dirty room, littered with things and trash. The pig pen was cleaner. Of course, it couldn't be his house, the hunter thought. It seemed to him that it was Manager Lee's apartment. But it simply couldn't happen that she would bring him to her home. What kind of place is this, thought Jun. He remembered the notification that the death had been confirmed and a hidden skill had been revealed. So the former hunter realized that he had become the main character of the story. And now, he had to figure out whether it was a comedy or a tragedy. His own face looked back at him from the reflection in the mirror. But much younger. This is how he looked before he became a hunter. Jun opened the system and it showed him the hidden karma skill. The conditions of the purchase were death, 10-year regression, and it was impossible to cancel, the system told him. And Jun realized that everything he had seen had not been a dream. He really was dead, it dawned on the hunter, and he laughed nervously. Jun became a hunter at 18. 10 years later, he reached the first rank. 10 years ago, he was a rising star. But now he has received from the system the profession of cleaner. The system has given him the task of becoming the head of the association and 5 years to fulfill it. If he fails, Jun will disappear forever, but if he succeeds, his skills will be unlocked, and the hunter will be frozen with a harsh choice. An international association that stands at the head of all associations, the Secretary General of which has more power than the president of the country. Even when he was a hunter above the highest rank, he could not even become a candidate for this position. But now he had to get it in 5 years. This was simply impossible, especially since Jun himself had no desire to do this. So he decided to simply ignore the system's task. On the other hand, if he becomes CEO, he will be able to survive, in which case it is more profitable to be a hunter. With his skills, he could quickly rise to the top. But here's the problem. They were all blocked by the system, Jun realized. The system informed him that one new skill was available to him. Then the hunter was happy. Even one would have been enough for him. It was a skill that was appropriate for the cleaning profession, mysophobia, an aversion to disorder. After cleaning, he sprawled out on the bed and thought about his fate. In one day, he had gone from being an elite hunter to a simple cleaner. All the skills were sealed. All the achievements were gone. And what to do now, Jun thought. Would he really have to do ordinary cleaning? Still, he had the pride of a hunter. First, he wanted to know who those scoundrels were who finished him off. They were not ordinary soldiers. This was something that could be done by a private guild, which met rarely. Or perhaps it was a conspiracy of hunters from the association. At that moment, while he was thinking, someone called him from an unknown number and called himself Peter. Peter spoke in the voice of a grown man and wanted to know why June hadn't come to work, the hunter thought. He didn't know this man. Peter was worried that he might get sick, since the last time he encountered a difficult dungeon. It dawned on Juna that he was now a cleaning worker in the dungeons. Peter told him that, although last time was difficult, today would not be so difficult. The other workers were indignant that a newbie was complaining about difficulties. They said the newcomer was not the first to run away after a hard day, and they were outraged that they had not been warned. But then the hunter's pride stirred in him when June heard their offensive words that some cleaners dared to belittle him. Peter barked at his subordinates to be quiet. There could be different circumstances in life. He told Jun that if he was having trouble, he could rest today, but next time he would have to warn him. The hunter asked Peter's name again in order to write it down in his phone, which greatly surprised the foreman. The old man laughed. His name was not so easy to remember, and introduced himself again in full. He had already approved June's day off, but a familiar name stirred in the hunter's memory, and he declared that he would come now. He repeated that he would be there soon, and getting out of bed quickly got ready to leave. At first, he was surprised not to find suitable clothes, then not to find his usual transport. June didn't even have enough money in his pockets for a taxi, so the proud elite hunter had to take the bus like all mortals. Now he was living a dramatically different life, which meant that the past had to be left in the past. Now he had no connection with Peter. Their conflict remained in his past, now future. But if it was Peter who killed him in his past life, that would change everything. His death was very strange. Someone staged the accident to attract June's attention, knew his character well, and expected him to dodge. The Titan was an extremely powerful weapon for attacking monsters, but it was too expensive and difficult to use for a simple cleaner. But Peter could well have hired someone for revenge, especially since his son also disliked June. Jun was outraged. He only slightly pushed the cleaner, and this was already called a beating. He should have listened to him from the start, the hunter thought. Then Peter asked him to cancel. June was surprised that someone was addressing him and asked the man who he was, and he said that he was from the cleaning department. June had never heard this name before and asked the old man what his business was. Peter learned that June had suggested to his superiors that they cut his department, and the situation was already difficult. There weren't enough people. June nodded in understanding, but was surprised that the janitor was addressing him. He just made a proposal, but decisions are made by management departments and he doesn't have that authority. But Peter reminded him of his influence. One word from an elite hunter meant a lot, and bowing, Peter asked not to shorten them. Jun, of course, assumed that the rumors would reach the cleaners, but he didn't think that they would personally contact him. From Peter's firm gaze, he knew this nuisance wouldn't leave him alone. Jun suddenly remembered the words about how it was harmful for a lizard to shed its tail. But when danger overtakes her, she does it without the slightest hesitation, he told Peter. The whole point is that this way she can survive. No matter how harmful it is, it was her last resort. Of course, June understood that people would never think of themselves as tails. Everyone considered themselves useful. But he himself did not consider them as such, which he told Peter directly. At the moment, the association was experiencing difficulties and wanted to raise the hunters' rates, although the meager wages of the cleaners would hardly help. The association's primary mission is to protect citizens, June said, and that's what hunters do. And in his opinion, hunters will not work because of such conditions and salaries, so this is a last resort. When Peter objected, June said that cleaners didn't do anything special. They are just cleaning, June said. Workers can be hired later, and the situation must be accepted as is. Peter said they had pride too, but June was adamant. He said he wanted to do this many years ago, but he had been patient. But Peter got down on his knees and said that since the association protects citizens, they are citizens too, and again asked to reverse the decision. The hunter was angered by this annoying woman. He came closer and said that he had already chewed everything over enough. People like cleaners should be grateful to hunters because they risk their lives, and the rest benefit from it. We must be content with what we have. They are like parasites, June said rudely. Peter could not tolerate such an insult to his professional dignity and grabbed the hunter by the chest. But June brushed the annoying man out of his way, just like a bug. He realized that he had overdone it and scratched the back of his head. It was an unpleasant and annoying oversight. Although he only had a drop of his strength, the cleaner looked injured. He called his manager and asked her to deal with the parasite, and reminded her that he had asked her not to involve him in such matters. June saw a dungeon. The gate was yellow level. It was considered quite dangerous. The dungeon boss was a foxtrot centipede, the hunter immediately assumed. He had already participated in this raid. Without a doubt, he really did go back 10 years. When he arrived, someone called out to him from the side, noticing his arrival. Jun turned around and immediately recognized the parasite that had caused him to become like this. The cleaner. Peter smiled as he greeted the newcomer. He knew he would come. Peter caught the newcomer's heavy gaze and asked him why he was staring like that. He was an ordinary worker in his 50s and looked the same as he would 10 years in the future. It didn't seem like such a simpleton could kill a man, June thought. The foreman asked him if he had had breakfast. He patted the newcomer on the back and told his staff that he could immediately see the integrity in this guy. But others did not take to June so warmly. Alex stated that the newcomer simply came because he couldn't skip class. And John added that the last time the newbie gave up everything and saying that he was tired, did nothing more. 4 were enough. Why take another one? Asked Asel, the only girl in the team. Foreman Peter immediately changed the subject and said that since everyone was assembled, they needed to get to work. They still had 45 minutes. There was so little time left because they had been waiting for the newcomer for a whole hour. Then Peter said that they had to hurry since there was nothing they could do, otherwise they would get a reprimand. He gave the newcomer a uniform, overalls, and a gas mask, telling him to put them on. Seeing June's thoughtful face, Peter asked him what was wrong. There was no problem. Without any ulterior motive, Jun asked them what exactly the cleaning department did. The Association for Tracking Supernatural Phenomena was divided into 4 departments, with the management department handling analytics. The Hunter Support Department developed weapons and created all other useful items. Hunters from the Operations Department were directly involved in the destruction of monsters. As they walked along a deep adit supported by wooden beams, the foreman gave various instructions. June had no idea what the cleaning department was doing and was surprised by their businesslike manner. At one of the many forks, he turned in the wrong direction from the rest of the team. The foreman noticed this in time and warned that it was dangerous to walk alone in the circular dungeons. June was surprised because he was told that they were heading to the boss's room, and Peter replied that this was exactly it. He told the guy to follow him, but June pointed to the passage and said that the boss's room was right there. Alex grabbed his head and became indignant. The newcomer was talking nonsense again. Asel also grumbled that if June didn't want to work, then she should just say so. They were wasting time, which they didn't have much of anyway. June didn't know what to answer them and remained silent. Alex suggested not paying attention to the newcomer and moving on. He showed the map they were given in the management department and told Jun to check for himself where the boss's room was. After a raid, a map is made with the help of hunters who cleared the dungeon. Usually there were no errors in their marks. Jun insisted on his own and said that the carrot was wrong, and they really were in this turn. He was even indignant at the work of the management department. Alex was beside himself with anger and asked Peter what was wrong with this newbie who seemed to be out of his mind. Peter asked where he was so sure, and June almost said that he had cleared out the dungeon himself. Peter caught his slip of the tongue and demanded an explanation. Jun realized his mistake. Even if he told it like it was, no one would believe him. So he told them to forget about everything and go where they were going. Peter began to worry about the newcomer again, and the workers looked at him askance as if he were crazy. As they moved, June asked what the time limit was, and Peter explained that the gates would be closing soon. All dungeons disappear after clearing. This time is 2 hours after the end of the raid. June never thought about this before. He didn't understand why he needed to clean up since the dungeon would disappear anyway. Peter told him that a cleared dungeon does not disappear, but to stay in the rest room until the monster appears there again. And he suggested that June imagine what would happen when the dungeon appeared again with a mountain of corpses inside. June still didn't pay any attention to it, but Peter explained that it would make it more difficult for the hunters to find their way. The gas released during decomposition can be dangerous to people, and if there are a lot of bodies, they will interfere with the hunters moving and killing living monsters. Simply put, cleaners help hunters focus on the raid and clear dungeons in peace. Peter was proud of his calling. Without them, there would be no hunters, the foreman said, and June thought it was nonsense but said nothing out loud. Their main task was to clean up the corpses and debris inside the dungeon, and they also checked to see if there were any hunters left, although this never happened. June had never heard of the cleaners rescuing the hunters, but now he couldn't say they were just chilling. The cleaning team reached the huge doors. Judging by the map, it was the boss's room, but when they entered, it was not the place they needed. It was empty. And then June reminded them that he had told them where the boss's room actually was. They gathered around the foreman and asked what to do. Since it was necessary to leave, today was simply not their day. They had 20 minutes left before the dungeon closed. The foreman thought that would be enough. Still, it was better than nothing. and they unanimously decided to go back at once. June, who was standing to the side, did not understand anything from their conversations and asked about it. The foreman smiled and explained that they had enough time to do the job. They had to finish it. June was excited because the next opening of the dungeon was still a week away, or maybe even a year. Then the foreman laughed even louder and said that they would just sit there. Jun was horrified at the thought of being locked in here. He told them that they were out of their minds if they wanted to risk their lives for some job as cleaners. But that was their job. The foreman encouraged him and hurried him on. Alex added that if June doesn't like something, he can leave first, because no one really counted on him. The workers grumbled and moved forward. The last person he met with his gaze was Asel, and she was clearly not happy with his presence. June was furious. His pride was hurt. In 15 years of working as a hunter, he had never failed a raid, and so became the best. And now he was not taken seriously, and some cleaners were making fun of him. He shouted to them that there was a passage in the room. Alex snorted again, a newbie at his best. But June told him to shut up and listen carefully. From this place to the boss's room, it was 500 meters. If you walk, it will take about 8 minutes. If you run, 5. He said that this time he would go first, and if they didn't like something, they could leave the dungeon. After a short run, they came to the right exit. It was indeed the boss room. A huge centipede lay dead and pierced by many weapons. Alex couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise when they actually made it to the boss's room. Jun realized that there had been a heated battle here after examining the bloodstains and spent cartridges. A team of 20 hunters, at least 5 to 6 dead, but they still found a weak spot, on the bridge of the nose. Alex walked forward while June stood and said that there was no time, they had to get started. But June stopped him, and then the cleaner asked what he was doing, because there was little time. But at that moment, the centipede's corpse seemed to come to life and rose to its full height in front of the defenseless cleaners. The team cowered in fear, not understanding how the monster could be alive when it was supposed to be killed. What a headache, Jun thought. It was hard to attack this monster without skills. But then the monster breathed its last and collapsed to the ground. Jun realized that it was just post-death convulsions, which meant that the fools in the operations department had not checked everything properly. John took out a carving knife and told June to step aside, since he was seeing the monster for the first time anyway. He decided that the newcomer was simply in a stupor and could not do anything. June instantly flushed, from such words that deeply touched his pride. He took the carving knife for himself, snatching it from John's hands. June told them that the monster needed to be cut up, and if done incorrectly, they could end up with a dislocated wrist. He showed the areas where the cuts needed to be made, and they were easy, and warned that the monster's nerves were still alive afterwards. They could twitch. Turning to the cleaners, he asked them if they would stand like that, and the team recovered from their surprise and began cleaning. Then June literally showered them with advice not to step on the sticky blood and to be wary of the poisonous tail. Alex asked the foreman if he had shown the rookie the files from the operations department to help him, but Peter replied that he hadn't shown it. Alex was even more surprised that the newbie knew so much. But even so, there was no such data in the files. The cleaners had no idea how a newbie to the dungeons could know so much about monsters. While Jun was working, his passive skill of mysophobia was activated, so he didn't stop until he had butchered the entire huge carcass of the centipede. After such work, June felt a surge of satisfaction from the cleanliness and order that had been brought about. And then he immediately reproached himself for these feelings, unworthy of a hunter. Peter asked June if this was his first time doing this job. Alex grumbled that he had only done part of it, but Asel objected that the newbie had done a good job. Peter laughed and said that they had a rising star and a direct competitor of Alex. After that, they hurried to the exit because they only had 5 minutes left. It was all resolved quite easily, thanks to June, Peter said on the way back. But then it turned out that there was a hole in the bag, and the centipede's blood began to flow. June stuck to the ground and could not move. He told them they were exaggerating, and he was fine, so they could move on. This monster's blood was extremely sticky, and when he was a hunter, even he couldn't handle it. However, the blood lost its effect from the high temperature, and Jun was confident that he would easily get out and activated the skill. But its effect immediately stopped, reminding the former hunter that his cool and convenient skills were now blocked. Peter realized that he had to act, and asked John if he had taken the rope. He ordered him to tie it quickly, and the others to grab the other end. John tied the free end around June's waist, although the hunter himself could have simply taken off his boots. The team then decided to cosplay an old folktale about a turnip. They pulled with combined efforts, but they were unable to pull June's legs out of the bloody tar. He didn't even move from his place, and someone asked what was wrong with the restriction. With less than a minute left before the dungeon would seal, Peter suggested taking off their clothes, but the gas concentration was dangerously high. On the other hand, the short-term impact wasn't as bad as staying in that place indefinitely. Jun didn't understand what they were talking about, because he was the one who was at risk of getting stuck here because he couldn't move. The others didn't need to do that. The lizard tears off its tail to survive. He remembered his own words. And he didn't understand why they weren't abandoning him. Peter shouted at him, and even began to unbutton his jumpsuit. But the guy did it so slowly that Peter told everyone to go outside. They had to survive, the old man told them, but Alex objected that he was better suited for that role. But Peter only repeated his order louder for them to leave. 10 seconds left, Alex shouted to them, and the rest of the team left the dungeon. Alex helped Jun take off the rest of his clothes, which felt like they were made of cement, and they rushed towards the exit. The rest waited anxiously for them at the exit, which was soon to close. When Peter pulled out the paralyzed Jun, everyone ran to them. The team was glad that the boss survived. Jun did not understand what was happening because he almost died. Moreover, in a dungeon in which there was no monster, just doing cleaning. Peter told him it was good that everything worked out, there was little gas, it was a good workout. Jun was surprised because he almost died. What kind of training was this? And what did the first dungeon mean for today? The ever-cheerful old foreman showed him his palm. 5 more dungeons awaited them. Jun estimated that there were only a few thousand hunters in the country. And there are only 5 cleaning teams, a small staff of a ridiculous 25 people. Each team clears 3 or 5 dungeons a day if they're unlucky. And today was one of those unlucky days, Jun realized. Peter suggested throwing a corporate party to end the hard day, and the team asked him if he would pay for everyone. But Peter said that they would pay each other today, since the difference in their salaries was small anyway, and asked Jun if he would go. The others were deciding what they wanted for dinner and were rushing Jun to make a decision because they were tired of waiting. But the hunter firmly stated that he was not going with them, which greatly puzzled the team. There was no point in starting a conversation with these people, he thought. Peter immediately told him not to worry. Corporate events are optional, it's better for him. That was not the point, but Jun said nothing more and said goodbye to them with that. When he had already walked away, Peter shouted to him that he had done a good job today. Asel also smiled and said goodbye to Jun. Lying in his bed, the hunter thought that in his past life it was not the foreman Peter who killed him. He was not so cruel. But that only added to the questions of who wanted him dead enough to do it. The junior member of the team whom he scolded, the ex-girlfriend with whom he broke up in a fight, or the assistant whom he pestered with errands. There were too many names, Jun was surprised, so the list of suspects only grew. On the other hand, what difference does it make now? Because the one who did it doesn't even know them in this life, the hunter thought. If he wants revenge, he must return to his past life. And to do this, he must become the director of the World Association. If he had the skills, he could become a hunter or find a way to get into management. Jun opened the system. In the morning, he didn't check properly whether there were conditions for unlocking skills, otherwise he wouldn't have to work as a cleaner. But the system made unthinkable demands that the cleaner's annual salary be increased, or that more people apply for the job. All the conditions were connected to this department. In his anger, Jun threw the crushed bottle at the wall in front of him. The system wanted him to be buried alive here. He sighed heavily. He needed to calm down somehow. And when I looked at the scattered garbage, I immediately experienced an attack of mysophobia. He had to start cleaning immediately because the room was still dirty. Because of this, he couldn't rest properly. And it got on his nerves when the system reported that the first condition was met. For a week now, Jun had been riding the packed bus to work every morning like a mere mortal, and it was also a week since he worked as a dungeon cleaner. During this time, he has already cleared 25 objects, used multiple canisters of the treatment drug, butchered 30 monsters, and unlocked skills. Through the quests, he unlocked the first skill, a very effective acceleration skill. But it only worked during an attack and did not work with cleaning tools. Although it was better than nothing, Jun still felt annoyed. In reality, he could neither increase his salary nor make the profession of a cleaner popular. After all, this work was dangerous and low-paid. There were also relatively simple goals, such as getting the association interested in the cleaning department, although they were quite abstract. Jun could use his accumulated information on the cleanup over 10 years to attract the attention of the management department. Of course, no one would immediately listen to a simple cleaner. First, he had to meet those who would be members of his team in the future and gain their trust. There were many hunters, and Jun did not know how exactly to meet the right people. With such advancement, he risked cleaning for the rest of his days. And then it dawned on him. He shouted at the whole bus, so much so that he woke up all the sleepy passengers. The thing is that while he was thinking, he passed his stop. But when he arrived at the place, he found only Asel and Alex there. They told him that Peter had gone to get some medications and John wouldn't be there today. June asked why Peter had come only now, after 10 minutes had passed, and Alex responded with a counter question about why he himself had come so late. Alex offered him a coffee since they were waiting anyway. During this week, Alex's attitude changed to almost angelic. He did not expect that June would not skip a single day for a week. Then the newbie suggested that the cleaners go ahead and start. But Alex answered him and said that the work inside was not finished yet. The dungeon was still being cleared, he explained, and June stared at the gate in surprise. He hadn't been here before, but it was a blue dungeon, mid-level at most. It wasn't a complex enough dungeon for the hunters to exceed the clearing time. He didn't understand what they were digging there for. June sat down on the ground and grumbled discontentedly, calling the hunters pathetic fools. But he couldn't go inside and help either, so he had to wait for the hunters to finish soon. However, this turned out to be a wrong assumption. Half an hour had already passed and they still had not arrived, and the schedule was hopelessly lost. He growled terribly, out of indignation at the delay, and despised these hunters when Asel said that they were leaving. The squad looked shabby, and June said without thinking that it was immediately obvious that they were of low rank. They were so weak from the easy dungeon. He wondered what they were even getting paid for, and Asel hissed at him to speak more quietly, or they would be heard. The last to emerge from the passage was the girl leader of the squad, her beautiful, silky dark hair fluttering in the wind. This face was familiar to June, the hunter Miranda, his former partner. At one time, she was a member of his elite team of hunters. He was so surprised that he didn't notice how he asked out loud what she was doing there. Miranda heard this exclamation and noticed his intense gaze, so she went up to June and asked if he had any business with her. June replied no, with an indifferent face, although he himself was angry that he met this girl here. Although he had recently been racking his brains over how he could meet his former team, Miranda was an exception. June thought that she hated him for no reason, but he himself was such a sweetheart. When she got injured, he asked her to quit, and Miranda cursed him out. As if she didn't understand that all this was for her own sake, the girl drove June crazy. Miranda was a proud girl with a high opinion of herself, although this did not affect her abilities in any way. Asel noticed his intent gaze at the huntress and turned to June. She wondered if he knew this girl because his gaze was intense. June replied indifferently that he didn't know her. She just looked like someone he knew. But his face was displeased, Asel noted, and she became embarrassed. She thought it was his ex-girlfriend, which made June snort involuntarily. He began to deny everything and say that it was not so, but only increased suspicions about himself when Peter returned. The foreman asked what had happened while he was gone, and June muttered, "Nothing like that." But Alex immediately gave up the new guy in the squad, saying that he had met his ex-girlfriend. To get them to leave him alone, June went to the entrance to the dungeon and hurried them. The blue dungeon occupied the building. It was the dungeon that was inside. They asked Jun when they were inside if he had read about this dungeon beforehand. But the guy only knew that the boss looked like a humanoid. Last week, the team kept asking June about the monsters because he really knew a lot about them, and so far no one suspected anything. The dungeon was located in a building, so it was possible to miss some corners, especially the stairs where blood accumulated. Peter took June with him to check out the boss's room. When they got there, the foreman was indignant, saying that this is why he doesn't like humanoid monsters, it's like cutting up people. The humanoid monster Vega looks like a short girl. She was 1.60 meters tall, so June suggested not to cut her up, but to take her whole. Her dimensions allowed it. Peter agreed that it would be better that way, and asked June why he was frozen. June looked closely at the body, and the thought crept into his mind that something was wrong here. In his memory, the ghoul wasn't that dangerous. If you were careful with her speed of movement, then destroying her wasn't that difficult. And it looks like Miranda had a tough fight. 10 years ago, that is now, she was a middle rank, but even so, she was quite strong. If not for the injury, Miranda could well have reached the highest or even super highest rank. Back then, she wielded a sword even better than he did, June recalled. The girl may have had a terrible character, but she was quite capable, and was definitely not the type to be embarrassed by the boss of the Blue Dungeon. Peter was already sweating while he was dragging the ghoul, and he shouted at Jun, because he was clearly waiting for the foreman to do everything himself. Jun returned to work, throwing away unnecessary thoughts. He would never meet her again anyway, but then he looked again at the cuts on the monster's body. They were unevenly distributed. And then an idea struck Juna, while Peter had been busy and puffing all this time. June yawned. It was 5 in the morning, and for the third day he had woken up on the wrong side of the bed after a couple of hours of light sleep. Even when he was not so busy as a hunter, they were again waiting at the gate for the hunters to finish clearing. Peter understood the newcomer's indignation and tried to smooth things over. They were just delayed, he said. A whole hour passed, which could have been spent at home and sleeping. It is understandable why everyone was on edge. June turned to Asel and asked if she was okay. The girl turned around and forced a smile to hide the pain, saying that everything was fine. But from her appearance, June realized that she was just pretending. He advised her to take occasional breaks when Peter finally noticed the group of hunters coming out. The hunters looked exhausted and tired. This hunt had been difficult for them too. But June did not hesitate to grumble at them for the delay. And then June saw Miranda. Among so many dungeons and teams of hunters, he ran into this girl again. There was a silence as they collided, both trying to step aside but stepping in the same direction. After a few funny steps, they still passed each other. Miranda asked him why he was hanging around in the way, and June grumbled about how disgusting she was, but then he noticed how the girl was rubbing her shoulder. He remembered the marks on the body of the previous monster and wondered whether he should tell her or not. But when he remembered that day in the past, everything inside him turned upside down. He then came to visit Miranda in the hospital, and he asked her how she was feeling, although he noted to himself that she had not gotten out of bed when the boss arrived. The operation was done recently, Miranda explained, catching his gaze, and June scolded her for not taking care of her condition as a swordswoman. She needed to train her left hand more, but she relied on her own strength. And here is the result, June told her. But Miranda answered him reproachfully. He could have said so immediately, and not after everything had already happened, and June noticed her tone. He countered that he was saying this because he was sorry for her injury. In such a state, she could no longer be a hunter. He threw papers on her bed and told her to quit her job. Miranda was taken aback by such proposals. It was a statement of her resignation. The association thought so too, and the already broken girl felt empty inside, as if the whole world had betrayed her. If she continued, June insisted, she would have to give up not only her job but also her normal life, and that was wrong. Miranda trembled all over and said that it was a minor injury and he himself knew that she should work here. But in this state, she was just a burden to the team, June said. She had been in pain for too long. She should have said so right away, he objected. The girl turned sharply to her now former boss and repeated his words. June seemed not to understand what he was saying. He stated that he would have definitely noticed if she was feeling bad. Miranda told him angrily that she had spoken to him about her problems more than once and that she needed an examination. But then he brushed her off and said that everyone was in pain and needed to get to work. Because of his character, she has been enduring pain all this time and has reached this point, and now he is telling her to quit her job. But Jun instantly lost his temper and shouted at her. He couldn't stand it when people blamed him. Did he hurt her shoulder? She should have looked after her own health and not blamed others. Only a fool would work, he said. Miranda was too weak to argue with him and stand up for herself. She said she just needed to rest for a few days. Jun asked her who would work instead of her, and what she could do with such an arm. She is a swordswoman, and suggested that she stay in the cleaning department. Miranda asked him, her voice trembling, if he had ever seen her as a colleague, but June didn't even understand the question. The girl apologized for the stupid question. She realized that all this time it was a tool that could be thrown away after use. June approached her and angrily declared that since she had decided to speak out, he hadn't liked her from the start either, being too proud. Tears streamed down her cheeks. That's right, Miranda said. She hates him because he doesn't consider those below him in status as people. He always had this look in his eyes as if he was looking down on everyone. But she doesn't care anymore, Miranda slapped him on the cheek. And she wished the scoundrel to be born a normal person in the next life. Now June was able to admit that he had been wrong then. Miranda had really told him that her arm had hurt. Then he simply didn't pay attention to it, told her to keep working without thinking. If it weren't for the injury, this girl could have achieved a lot, and it looks like her illness has been developing for a long time. And yet now, it haunted him, June thought. So he turned around and addressed Miranda before she left. He gestured to her to exercise her left hand more and felt embarrassed. Miranda turned around and made a surprised face with a mixture of contempt. June showed her that when she wields a sword, she only strains her right hand. Her attack is faster, but her right hand takes on more strain. You need to use your left hand too. This will distribute the load on the body, he showed. The most important thing is balance. The huntress looked at him with distrust and simply agreed with the weirdo. June was angry with himself. He could tell from her face that she saw him as just a cleaner who couldn't know anything about this. He went into the dungeons, saying that since she was a hunter, she would figure it out herself, or let her undergo an examination. Miranda didn't understand what it was, but she went to the doctor anyway, and he told her that she had come in time. There was a small inflammation in her right shoulder. The condition was not critical, but if left unattended, it could cause big problems. He prescribed her anti-inflammatory drugs and said that the main thing was to change the position of her hands. Now the force is not transmitted evenly, and the left hand needs to be trained more. The doctor repeated the cleaner's words exactly. Miranda was surprised that the weirdo from the cleaning department knew about this. After a hard day, June was barely able to stand on his feet. Peter praised everyone for a job well done. Alex told him that he was overdoing it again, and June didn't understand what he was talking about. He was too tired for that. "How can you make your girlfriend wait for so long?" Alex asked. And June saw Miranda at the exit. He didn't understand what she was doing here and was surprised. Alex laughed and reminded them that he told them that this hunter was his ex. Peter suggested that everyone leave and leave the young ones. Alex just sighed. "Some people are lucky," he said. June asked Miranda what was the matter. He was in a hurry to catch the last bus and was too tired to talk. Miranda took the sword in her left hand and brought it straight to June's neck with a sharp movement. The girl wanted to know who he was and how he knew everything about her. June was angry that she dared to point her sword at him over such a trifle. He pretended not to understand what they were talking about, but Miranda didn't let up and repeated the question. Then June realized that she had gone for a checkup after all. He made up an excuse on the spot that he simply heard about it on the internet, but the girl didn't believe him. The sword technique she possessed was secret and could not be revealed to anyone, but he knew exactly which parts of her body worked and how. And then June realized that he had said too much in vain, because now he was suspected. Miranda really did have a special sword technique. No matter how you look at it, such subtleties could not be known by an ordinary cleaner. It was suspicious. So Miranda even had the right to report him to the Association for Espionage. June told her that he saw marks on the monster's body after she was cleared. There was something that stood out among the cuts, it was true, because he had actually noticed them. The wounds on the monster's left side were deep, while those on the right were light. And so he realized that Miranda lacked strength in her left arm. Besides, he knew that Vega was a mid-boss who was distinguished by his speed, and he did not pose any other threat. There is a well-known attack using reverse speed, but there were no such marks on the monster's body. Miranda should know about such a technique. Therefore, he concluded that she was physically unable to react to Vega's speed, June stated, which surprised Miranda. She put away her sword and confirmed his suspicions, saying that at some point she felt a strain on her shoulder. In everyday life, this is almost unnoticeable, but in a situation where you need to act quickly, the difference is noticeable, June confirmed her conclusion. The reason he knew so much without being a swordsman was simple. When June was a hunter, he was the first to get all the classes. And then Miranda exclaimed, deciding that there was a free hunter in front of her, and her eyes sparkled strangely. June called these words nonsense, but the girl did not listen. She knew that there were several like that in their city. Free hunters of the highest rank. These are masters who do not reveal their identities. Or he is a hunter in a private guild, she assumed. But June quickly cut off her enthusiastic exclamations and declared that he was not a hunter at all. And to her question, he answered, obviously from his uniform, that he was a cleaner. He hoped that this answer would satisfy her and went home because tomorrow he had a hard day ahead of him. The guy immediately understood what she was trying to achieve. If he were a successful hunter, Miranda would have tried to use him. But now he is an ordinary cleaner, and it is unlikely that they will see each other again. The girl thanked him. It was so surprising that June even turned around. Miranda had never thanked him before, and the girl herself was embarrassed. The next day, Miranda asked her boss for leave. It was because of her examination. His name was Fox. He had gotten his position in the management department through his connections, and he was only a little older than Miranda. The girl explained that she wanted to improve her skills, and it wasn't just her injury, but the arrogant boss didn't believe her. He thought he wanted to go on a trip with his boyfriend, but Miranda said she would work on her sword technique. Fox assumed she had signed up for a course, but it was one-on-one lessons. He thought it might be a hidden master from the Murim, or her boyfriend, but Miranda admitted that it was just a regular cleaner. It sounded completely ridiculous. As a hunter, she should have found courses, Fox said. But Miranda said she would sort it out herself, so Fox suggested that it was the janitor who had advised her to check her shoulder. And Miranda thought that the support department might have told Fox about this, so she started going there often. It was definitely that nurse. Fox spoke angrily about this cleaner and suspected him of fraud. But Miranda said that June never gave his consent to her training. He directly refused her. Fox lost his temper. How was she going to study if he didn't agree? The boss was indignant. Miranda, barely containing her indignation, said that she would ask again and again until he agreed. It was a complete headache for Fox. He told her to sort it out herself and come back for the big raid in a few weeks. Miranda thanked him, and the boss motioned for her to get out of his sight. When she left, he snorted that it was simply ridiculous. What could one learn from a pathetic cleaner? Moreover, Fox was worried about what the other teams might think if they found out about it, especially if it reached the second team's manager. Fox decided to immediately contact the director of the second team. A few days later, they were still working. Alex noted that June was completely drawn into the work. A few days ago, he unlocked the counter skill, although Jun did nothing special for it. Peter approached him during work, although he felt awkward doing so and invading June's privacy. He pointed to Miranda, who was working with the cleaners, and asked him what she was doing there. June answered without a second thought that he had brought her himself. Peter shouted that this was obviously true. The newcomer said that since they didn't know when John would return, an extra hand wouldn't hurt, although Peter wasn't sure, since the girl was a hunter. He was afraid that the association might find out about it, but June had not brought Miranda here of his own free will. She came to him and knelt down to ask him to take her as his student, like in some manga. At first, June thought that she was out of her mind. What kind of cleaner could train a hunter? And he didn't know what to think of to make the girl leave him alone. Then he offered to help her with the cleaning, and then he would think about it, counting on the fact that a huntress of her rank would not want to get her hands dirty. But instead of the expected reaction, the girl only beamed. For her, these conditions were a mere trifle. Then June realized that he had underestimated her persistence and determination. The girl had thrown aside her pride too easily. Now he didn't know what to do with it, but there was another person watching them. In Asel's eyes, everything looked completely different from what it actually was. She made up the entire romantic story from start to finish out of thin air. June rubbed his face in exhaustion, the tedious work now being supplemented by the annoying Miranda. The girl called him teacher and said that she couldn't wash off the stain, which made Jun extremely angry. He suggested that she rub it with all her might. Perhaps that would wash it off. There were different liquids mixed in there. June suggested first removing one type and simply melting the other with fire, and he himself took out a carving knife. He showed Miranda how to scrape monster pieces off the floor and reminded her how important it was to wipe the knife after each use to prevent the steel from deteriorating. Seeing the confusion on Miranda's face, he said that if she didn't like something, maybe this job wasn't for a huntress, and then she'd better get out of here. But the girl replied that she saw the importance of this activity, and June did not understand what was wrong with her. Peter praised June for his increased knowledge. He had nothing more to teach the boy, and he was embarrassed by such praise. At that moment, his old pride stirred in him. How could this scoundrel praise a top-ranking hunter for his work as a cleaner? But that was in the past. Peter also praised Miranda for her first time she did a good job. Asel saw everything in her own light, as if she were watching a cute scene from a drama. When Miranda finished her section, she turned to June asking the teacher what to do next. But Asel intercepted her. Peter was worried whether they could handle it, but Asel insisted that she really wanted to work with the huntress. And without thinking twice, they retired to another area. Alex offered June a bet that Miranda would do everything herself, and he agreed. But when the girls were left alone, Asel did not know how to start the conversation, although she called Miranda herself. And yet I decided to just do it, not understanding why she was so worried. Miranda noticed these fluctuations and asked her partner if everything was okay, because she looked tired. And although Asel said that she could handle it, she herself did not look very cheerful. She admitted that she had not been sleeping very well in the last few days. Miranda immediately asked her what happened, but Asel quickly changed the subject and decided to talk about Miranda. It was the first time she had spoken to a hunter. The swordswoman said that she had nothing special to declare about herself. She became a huntress like her father. Asel thought that since her father was also a swordsman, they worked as a pair. But Miranda replied that he was suspended due to a shoulder injury. The management always told him not to meddle in other people's business and to do his job. The other hunters were constantly looking at him sideways, so he worked hard in fear of being kicked out and ended up getting injured. Asel couldn't believe this, because the hunters worked together. But Miranda said that everything was not so. There were no employees in the association, only those who were higher or lower in rank. Her father was of middle rank until he was fired. He was just a disposable weapon and no one cared about him anymore. That's the association, said Miranda. She had long since come to terms with the fact that hierarchy decides everything. All the hunters thought the same, realizing that they were in fierce competition with each other. But then Miranda realized what was going on and asked Asel if she was interested in June. The girl blushed and was surprised that everything was so visible on her. Miranda smiled too, and confirmed that everything was exactly like that. It was not difficult to notice this interest. The thing is that June did his job well and was quite responsible, although he was late in the first days, but now it was good to work with him. Asel wanted to quit before this, but changed her mind because of him. Besides this, June was good at dealing with monsters and knew a lot about dungeons. Miranda realized that she was right in thinking that the guy was not so simple. Based on several wounds, he could determine the cause of death and the killer. Besides, he knew more about dungeons than many hunters, and in that case, Miranda decided that she should hold on to him even tighter. But then she calmed Asel down and told her not to worry, because June didn't interest her as a member of the opposite sex. Miranda said that she wanted to become stronger because of the principles on which the association is based, and for this, she needed June's help. And then Asel was surprised to discover that Miranda was not his ex-girlfriend. Alex called the girls to come over when they returned. But Miranda began to grumble that they should have managed it themselves. Before the next room, Peter reminded them that there was a poisonous monster ahead. It was not dangerous if direct contact with the skin was avoided. Then he personally addressed Asel, noticing that the girl was especially absent-minded today. She replied that the protective clothing was quite uncomfortable and that it was difficult to breathe in the gas mask. But she told them not to worry, stating that it would not interfere with her work. Alex also said that it was time to change equipment. It was necessary to send a request to the association, but Peter said that they had no money and he was powerless to do anything about it. The foreman understood Alex's displeasure, but told them to stop talking and get down to business, but carefully. In the boss's room, a deflated jelly and many of his small minions were waiting for them. Peter reminded them again to avoid skin contact. June knew this monster that looked like a regular slime, but its deadly secretions could lead to suffocation and even death. And although time had passed, there was still a chance of poisoning. Looking at the monsters, he realized that he still needed to be careful. Peter kept a constant eye on everyone to ensure that the cutting and disposal work proceeded without incident. But when he turned to Asel, she did not answer and fell completely unconscious. Peter picked her up first and examined her. He tried to bring the girl to her senses. They determined that most likely the filter on her gas mask had failed, and the protective suit had been eaten away by mucus. Peter ordered the girl to be pulled out. Jun thought he didn't pay much attention to preparation, and this is what it led to. The situation was critical. She needed an antidote. They only had 5 minutes, and Asel was in incredible pain. But then June turned to Miranda and said that he needed her sword. She did not understand what he wanted to do. But the guy insisted. Time was running out. He didn't listen to the shouts of the others. He told her to make one cut and that was it. It wasn't difficult. Miranda thought that he wanted to cut Asel and asked him to change his mind. But June cut her off abruptly, asking what Asel had to do with it, since he was talking about himself. Peter asked him to stop again, because Asel was in critical condition. But the guy only insisted more strongly. Miranda had no idea why he wanted it, but she was used to such things on the hunt. With a gesture, she summoned her sword, and it magically appeared in her hand. She then activated the skill, and Jun belatedly shouted at her that he hadn't asked for it. But it was too late. Miranda dealt him a slashing blow to the chest. He gritted his teeth, thinking that this girl would do well to first learn to listen to what was said to her. The system recognized the attack and activated the combat stance skill, but it was terribly painful. June told the others that he would take Asel to the support department and wait for her there. Peter didn't understand anything either because June himself needed help because of his wound. Even by taxi, it would take at least half an hour to get to the department. But at that very second, Jun grabbed Asel and literally disappeared. He used the super acceleration skill and carried the girl on his back. Later, Peter was filled with gratitude and tears in the hospital, glad that everything had worked out. The injury was serious, but they made it in time, the doctor told them. And then he turned to the guy who brought the patient, and June introduced himself. He reminded him not to forget to pay for the cost of the stitches, which angered Jun. Then the team entered Asel's room and looked at her with concern. Peter asked her if she realized how much she had scared them all. You have to tell them right away if someone is feeling unwell, he reminded. Alex said that it was all because of their outdated equipment, which was breaking, and the filters didn't work either. And even though Peter told him not to swear while they were in the hospital, Alex couldn't help himself. Their gear needed to be changed every 6 months. Unlike the cleaners, the hunters had everything changed on demand, he said, and looked at Miranda. And although he was embarrassed by his own directness and added that it was not about the hunters, the girl agreed with him. Peter promised to give the girl a vacation since it was an industrial accident and told her to have a good rest. And then she saw that June was leaving. and asked him where he was going. The guy answered that he wanted to get some air. Obviously, it was the old equipment that was causing this, June thought. He hoped that the system would give him more bonuses. It was high time to raise the budget for their cleaning department. If there was a risk of injury, the association had no choice but to provide funds to maintain its image, and then June would gain the skill. Asel was worried when she saw the expression on June's face, and Peter calmed her down, saying that the guy was just angry. The girl took it all personally and thought that he was angry with her. But the experienced foreman assured her that this was not the case at all. It's all because of her injury. Even though the guy looks hot-tempered, he cares about his colleagues. It's clear when you look at him, Peter told them. Miranda thought about it because June was really ready to risk his life to save his colleagues, and there was something to learn from him. But Alex added that the more he watched June, the stranger he seemed to him. Asel didn't remember this, but June saved her using his skills. Even though he hasn't been working as a cleaner for long, it's crazy that he can do this. Asel was embarrassed because she didn't even thank June who saved her. Peter decided to ask Miranda directly what she thought of June. The girl replied that although the guy was good at everything, he was not her type, and his character left much to be desired. But Peter corrected himself that he had not meant that at all, but wanted to know her opinion as a hunter. Miranda realized her mistake and was embarrassed. She was very ashamed. She barely kept an impartial face. With such abilities, June wasted himself as a cleaner, Peter said. And if you add his knowledge of monsters, then even more so. Miranda asked Peter if he thought it was possible to move employees, and he replied that although it would be difficult, it would be a good opportunity for June. Miranda agreed. The guy was definitely superior in experience and skills, but he was on the cleaning team. Alex exploded. If she said that, it meant that the reason was precisely their status. But the girl objected that everything was just the opposite. Even Miranda, as a mid-rank hunter, couldn't figure out his skills. The teacher was the only one who knew what his strength was, and yet he became a cleaner. Peter came to the only logical conclusion. The guy just liked cleaning. Miranda agreed with him. She too could not think of anything else now, although they did not understand why June needed this dirty work. Miranda decided that June simply wanted to feel like a team, not compete for the top spot in the hunter division. Everyone was touched by this suggestion and decided not to bring up the subject again so as not to embarrass June. But since the guy had such a high opinion of the cleaning team, he could join the association now, Alex suggested. And he hit the nail on the head, because June hadn't changed his habits of solving everything directly when he was still a top-ranking hunter. The director of the support department of something or other stared at the dirty guy in bandages and asked him who he was. June immediately declared that he was from the cleaning team and behaved insolently. After Jun explained why he came, he asked him what it meant to just raise everyone's salaries. He thought for a long time, frowned, pretended to be the center of the galaxy, and waited for the humble slave to realize this. He was one of the directors who came in at the same time and put a lot of pressure on the association. Wolf advised to contact the support department and not the management. It was their job to supply other departments. June replied that there was no point in wasting time on mobs if you had to go straight to the boss anyway. It would be Wolf who would approve everything. The director asked June if he was a former hunter, but he replied that he was just a cleaner. A simple cleaner came to the director to ask for money. Not even a foreman, but an ordinary employee, Wolf said with emphasis. He sighed and said that he was no longer at the age to swear, and asked what they had a budget for, since they didn't have an expensive expenditure section. June confidently replied that they needed to buy a couple of things that they couldn't afford. The director even laughed at such impudence. Although the guy was a naive fool, he suggested ending it there. But June stood his ground and told everything that happened to Asel, and that poor equipment was to blame for everything. The director was surprised, since he had not read about this in the reports, and June explained that he had come as soon as it happened. He looked at Wolf with disdain. They couldn't take his word for it without bureaucratic red tape. June understood that they were simply cutting corners in the cleaning department, but he said that it was unacceptable for something like this to happen again. Wolf responded with the signature, "No money, but hang in there." But June countered that the association's income this year was enormous. He knew who and how distributed the funds, and that the operational department took most of it. Luckily, they haven't spent the entire budget yet, and they'll have to organize a raid at the end of the year and return what they took, June said. June demanded money for the most necessary things, and Wolf was completely taken aback by his insolence and again asked who he was. June stated that Wolf had only been in the position for a couple of months and had waited so long to get it, having worked so hard to get it. But rumors could have spread about neglect of people from the cleansing department. His boyfriend began to blackmail him. Wolf was indignant and asked directly if this puppy was threatening him, And the guy replied that he was just thinking out loud. The director got angry and said that he understood everything. He didn't want to blow the conflict out of proportion. And he asked the guy how much he wanted their department's budget to be increased. But Jun left that up to him. Jun didn't care how much the budget would be increased under the unblocking conditions. There was no word about it, so he wanted to leave. But Wolf stopped him. He asked the guy if he happened to know the hunter Miranda, and Jun asked what was the matter. Wolf smiled, realizing that he had hit the nail on the head, since that was how he agreed to all the guy's demands, promising to pass them on to the support department. Jun didn't understand why they were even talking about Miranda, but decided to ignore it. Later, Wolf contacted someone and said that a boy had come to him, from whom Miranda wanted to study. And although the guy told them that he was one of the cleaners, this was definitely not true. He was clearly not an ordinary employee and had secret information. Fox also understood that this was clearly not Jun's main goal. He wanted to teach him a lesson, and he grinned maliciously. The boy needs to understand how to talk to his superiors correctly. The next day, Peter was surprised to read the piece of paper he received from his superiors. Not only were they not given compensation, but they were also given a fine. Alex was the first to be outraged louder than anyone else by this news. A telegram was sent to Asel. She was accused of overwork due to her second job, and they believed that she herself was to blame for everything. Alex screamed again. They were getting pennies for their work. The accident report and the request for compensation were also rejected. But Jun was the most angry of all. He realized that Wolf had simply abandoned him, like the last scoundrel. Asel asked the guy not to worry so much and said that everything was fine. It wasn't a fine, but rather a warning. She herself didn't think that she could get anything from the association. It's always like that with cleaners. Jun was angry because now his skill unlock was delayed. Alex said he had an idea. Of the entire team, only Jun could go to the authorities. Of course, they knew that he was eccentric, but they did not blame him for trying. Jun's brain failed at that moment. These people were so used to enduring humiliation that they forgot about pride. The team decided to go to work. They thanked Jun for his efforts and told Asel not to strain herself today. Jun thought that it was strange. He didn't make any exaggerated demands, and he didn't understand what reasons a high-ranking boss had for behaving like that. But then Miranda thought that all this could be because of her. She said she spoke to her boss about the cleaning team last month. He was a man of old views, so it never occurred to her that it could come back to haunt her in the future. And perhaps Fox decided to teach them a lesson. Jun asked the scumbag's name, and Miranda said his name and asked if they knew each other. Fox's sly face immediately came to mind. A slug who got promoted without merit, but actively took advantage of his status. Who else if not this scoundrel, said to Jun, and turned to Peter. He stunned him by asking to take the day off. The streets of the city, right in its center, were bustling with life and the usual bustle of a metropolis. The couple were chatting pleasantly, wondering what they would have for lunch today, when a shadow passed over them. A gate appeared from the ground, and there was a terrible roar and earthquake. It was a high-level dungeon. People panicked and started running. But one man did not run away, but on the contrary walked towards the gates. He expected to show what he was capable of. The monsters jumped on Jun, who was armed with only a pickaxe, but he could activate the skill he had recently discovered. Using his hyper-acceleration, he dealt with all the monsters in a flash. What he was doing was called Interception, where a hunter takes a dungeon before the association does. Usually freelancers are guilty of this. Jun hadn't done this for so long that he couldn't really control his powers now. He had about 15 minutes before the task force arrived, which meant he had to finish early, even though it was a risky business. As a top-level master, he could do it quickly, but his enemy inside the gate had skills that Jun didn't. Without defense skills, the guy could be killed with one blow. There was a fourth boss in front of him. However, Jun's main advantage was that he had already completed these dungeons and had tremendous experience. He deftly dodged slow attacks and struck at vulnerable spots. Because of this, he drove his pickaxe into a critical point and was able to inflict enormous damage on the robot. Thus, Jun had already cleared 4 dungeons in one day. This was the weekly result of the Association Hunter, although his locations were not of a high level. When Jun came out of the dungeon, he saw several association machines there, which seemed to have an emergency. It's not surprising because it was his job. The workers were angry because they had to go to work on the day off because of this confusion. If he is caught, he will be fired and may even be forced to pay a fine, although it is unlikely that anyone will suspect a simple cleaner. Jun pulled his cap on. The hunters would be coming soon, so he decided to finish here and go. He wanted to see the faces of those blockheads. But after 2 days off, he himself had to stand there with a stupid face. Fox himself arrived at their site and stated that he just wanted to look around. June thought that he had already been exposed. Fox feigned cordiality and said that sometimes you need to cooperate to raise the team's morale, which of course was false. Fox smirked again and told the cleaners to ignore him and go about their business as usual. June thought that the moment was too good, and perhaps the director already suspected him of interceptions. Peter stepped between them to keep June from exploding and said he would give the director protective gear. But he said that he would watch from afar. The work went quickly. They did better than usual. They chatted in the usual cleaning routine. June was surprised that Miranda was still with the squad. Peter constantly checked the concentration of the gas. Asking Asel, so far everything was fine. The secretions quickly disintegrated. June asked Alex to help him once he was done, but his partner refused. He had a very problematic area. Fox was unhappy. He thought the workers were only trying because he was there, and he decided to throw them bait by turning to Miranda. He asked her about the dungeon takeover that happened 2 days ago. June thought that Fox was suspicious of Miranda, who had recently been on vacation. But it was obvious that everything happened when June took the day off. All the team members except Miranda would have definitely noticed the traitor. June tensed up. He already thought that he needed to be honest because everything happened because of him. Miranda turned to the chief and asked if the hunter's objections meant anything to him. Fox said he searched everywhere but could not find the interceptor. This time, whoever catches the offender will receive a reward, the cunning villain declared. He told Miranda that if he caught the interceptor, he would add extra points to that employee's rank. The one who finds the interceptor will be promoted, he said, so that the others could hear too. In other words, if someone from the cleaning team catches a traitor, he will be able to move to another team or department. Fox then addressed them directly and said that if anyone other than Miranda was interested in this, to let him know, or the guy who took the day off. June realized that this was the end for him. Since Fox was offering a promotion, of course the cleaners would agree. The real fight will begin. Fox was certainly not a fool, and he understood the desires of the people well. Peter approached June and asked how he was feeling since he had gotten hurt a couple of days ago. He grumbled that he had warned her to be careful. Asel agreed, but said that it was good that it happened yesterday and not today, in front of the director. Alex also echoed their little lie and remembered how Jun was removed and how much he screamed then. Peter told Fox directly that his offer was tempting, but there was no traitor among them. Together with Alex, they spoke in a conspiratorial tone that they regretted that there was no such person among them, and asked Fox to point him out. Jun felt embarrassed by the behavior of his colleagues. He did not understand why they were going so far, but Fox was stunned. Miranda was also glad that everything worked out and June was not exposed. Although he did not tell them anything, the team understood everything. Fox was nevertheless sure that June was the interceptor, because as soon as he came on shift, everything became quiet. And although Wolf had already agreed to a settlement, Fox wanted to punish June to the fullest extent, since he had exposed him. But Wolf countered that this guy was not so simple, and they were dealing with the wrong guy. And when he voiced his guess about June's true identity, Fox's eyes widened. June stood on the street covered in bodily fluids, everyone paying attention to him because he looked scary. June decided to take over the dungeons. Since the management doesn't want to increase their budget, he will do it himself. Fox did not relent. He demanded punishment for the cleaners, one of whom was an interceptor. Wolf replied that some sponsor had just transferred money for the cleaning squad, exactly the amount they had lost from the interceptions. Fox was indignant. He believed that everything needed to be checked, because it was strange that the money appeared immediately after the interceptions. If they caught him, there would be even more problems, Wolf replied, because then everyone would know that the cleaners were taking over the dungeons from the hunters, especially considering that there was a janitor who could take out an entire dungeon on his own. And Fox realized what kind of shadow this would cast on them. In this man's place, no one would have stayed in the cleaning department with such abilities. But that's not all. Even when June came to ask for a budget increase, he demonstrated excellent awareness of the association's affairs. Things are getting hot, Wolf concluded his arguments, recalling that conversation with the cleaner. He was firmly convinced that there was someone on the cleaning team who didn't belong there. This person has already worked in the association, and there may be an influential person behind him. Even the chairman of the organization himself, stunned Fox, was his colleague. Then Fox realized why the whole team had lied to his face. They felt the chairman's support. He was horrified. It was a warning to them, Wolf's voice said on the phone, that if he got fired, Fox would be in trouble too. Now Jun didn't have to deal with interceptions. He just waited for them to send him the budget that he himself donated. At the exit from the dungeon after clearing, boxes were waiting for them. A whole mountain. and everyone was puzzled about what it was. Upon opening the contents, they found new chemical protection suits and breathing filters, and also cleaning products, medicines. The management decided to give them everything they needed, as if their conscience had awakened. Peter was surprised. June thought that the ghouls from the administration had given them the funds after all, until Peter got the official notice. June was sure that he had done everything anonymously, but the amount of goods clearly exceeded the budget he had left. In fact, the amount was 10 times greater, and June almost lost his eyes in surprise. It was an incredible success that he could not even imagine. Alex read out an official letter. These were the results of a re-inspection. The association fully sided with the cleaners. They increased the budget of their department and also added compensation for the accident. A whole 100 million, half of their new budget, which brought tears to Asel's eyes. She thanked Jun and said that it was all thanks to him, but the guy was doubtful. Peter also praised him for his efforts. Patience and hard work will overcome everything, but June denied everything. June asked Peter if he thought it was suspicious that management had suddenly changed its attitude and paid out a huge compensation. Peter was completely satisfied with the official paper. They wouldn't tell him the truth anyway. So that was enough for him. But now they had another problem. How to transport all this cargo? Asel suggested bringing everything into the office. June was surprised that they had an office, and Peter laughed and replied that they did. But there was nothing to do there. Miranda was also surprised and asked the foreman where he was. She offered to take everything there with June, and they could rest. Peter was surprised, but Miranda insisted that the two of them were enough and looked at June. While he was carrying boxes, he received a notification that his fire skill was unlocked because he fulfilled the condition and increased the budget for the cleaners. He was happy, and a malicious grin blossomed on his face. A couple more skills, and goodbye to the job of a cleaner. Miranda, who was left alone with him for this question, said that it was he who intercepted the dungeons. June didn't deny it. Even if it was so what? He answered her. The girl calmed him down and told him not to worry. She promised not to rat him out for the sake of a promotion. She wanted to know if the compensation was money from the interception. June realized that she knew everything. The girl said that the whole department knew about it, which stunned the naive June, who thought that he had hidden everything. Miranda decided to speak frankly and reminded him of the saying, "You can't hide an awl in a sack." His skills are at such a level that it would be impossible to hide them, even if he wanted to. Even if he won this time, the association will definitely be on guard. If he was caught, he wouldn't be allowed to stay on the cleaning team, Miranda said. But June only cheered up. He thought that if Miranda was asking him to move to the operations department, then for once she would be useful, and soon he would leave the cleaning staff. But Miranda got it completely wrong. She thought June wanted to stay in the cleaning department, which caused him extreme bewilderment and complete cognitive dissonance. The stupid girl blurted out that she would help him and do everything possible to ensure that he continued working with them. Of course, she was a mid-ranking hunter, but she promised to rise to the top and help him stay on the cleanup team. June gritted his teeth in anger. He didn't understand why life was mocking him like that. Although the dungeon takeover situation was over, another incident occurred almost immediately. Their team was subjected to harassment, and curses and insults began to appear in the dungeon addressed to them. Inside the dungeon, the situation was no better. All the walls were stained with the blood of monsters. The monsters were deliberately dragged into the farthest room to make it more difficult to remove them. Asel was upset about this. She did not understand the motives of the offenders, and Alex demanded retribution. June said that even if they find the culprits, they will simply deny it, so they won't be pinned down. Alex screamed. He didn't think June would want to leave it like this, but the guy thought that if he didn't react, it would end soon. June knew who did it, but he decided to avoid clashes with the operations department. He still wanted to unlock his skills. He thought that it would end in a couple of days, but even after 3 days, the bullying did not stop, which added to their troubles. Asel felt depressed, and Alex asked Peter to contact the operations department. But the foreman had already tried to do this, and as expected, the hunters claimed that it wasn't them, and weren't the least bit embarrassed. But Alex didn't want to leave it like that and decided to call the hunter Miranda. Then June told him to forget it. Alex thought that the guy would start persuading them to leave everything again, but it turned out that the newbie was furious. June told them not to touch anything and promised to sort everything out himself. He was furious that the operatives were doing such childish things, but he had something to surprise them with. And in addition, he was terribly tormented by an attack of mysophobia. The cleaners sometimes worked 15 hours a day, while the hunters allowed themselves to commit such nasty acts. Jun burst into the administration building and immediately scattered everyone who was in his way. One hunter yelled at him to stop, outraged by such rudeness. But June was determined to put an end to the bullying today. It all came to this because of what happened 3 days ago. When they came out of the gate, there was a couple of hunters standing there, insulting the cleaners, calling them stinkers. They behaved rudely and pushed the cleaners, using their strength. But there was a logic to their insults. The hunters didn't like the fact that the cleaners had knocked out a budget for themselves. They insisted that cleaners should just clean and not meddle where they shouldn't. Alex couldn't stand it and became indignant. But then Miranda entered their conversation. She asked her colleagues in the department which group they were from. The blockheads immediately began to press the girl, asking why she didn't address them as you, and promised to teach her some manners. But then Miranda looked at them as if they were trash, and repeated her question with emphasis. One of the dummies still didn't get the situation and was rude to the girl, but the second one shouted at his friend to cool down. The first idiot already recognized Miranda from their department, and her rank was higher than theirs. When they realized their mistake, they quickly bowed, knowing full well how a quarrel with a hunter of a higher rank would end. The girl asked what they were apologizing for because she also didn't know that they were from the same team. But what was worth asking forgiveness for was the rude behavior, Miranda told them. Having scolded the blockheads, she asked Alex and Asel how they were. Miranda apologized for her colleagues. They were new, and it is no wonder that they began to boast about their position as soon as they received it. But those two did not understand anything and did not give up their grievances and anger. Peter came up and said hello. He was glad that Miranda was with them today. But the girl said that she just came to thank him. She bowed politely and said that she had learned a lot here. Peter politely replied that they should thank her. June thought that a week had passed since they started working together. Miranda quickly learned everything, and now that time was over, the girl was glad that she met them. Asel was touched by this moment and suggested meeting sometime. In 1 week, they became closer. Everyone except June was sad about Miranda leaving, because he was the one who asked her to leave the cleaning crew. Then, without further ado, he told her not to come to their shifts anymore. These words shocked the girl, but she quickly understood what it meant. This way, she would have more time for training. After that, he helped her create a study schedule, and Miranda wrote it all down. If she kept to this schedule, she could reach the highest rank in half a year. Jun couldn't be a hunter now, like in his past life, but he planned to make the girl a link between himself and the association and make her the best huntress. Jun used it in both his past life and this one, but he only had a year left. When Miranda noticed how distracted he was, she called him. The girl smiled and sincerely thanked her teacher. She was happy. She told him that although he was unlikely to turn to her, he could always ask her for help. On this note, Miranda left the group, and the next day they began to be hunted by hunters. Now the blockheads sat in their office and made fun of their antics in front of each other. They asked the guy if he thought they were wasting his money, and he wanted to add that they weren't needed as cleaners, but he didn't have time because June immediately shut him up. The second blockhead jumped up from his seat and, instead of giving a selection, began to shout at Jun. But the guy, without thinking, swung at him, and the idiot screamed in horror. The hunter activated his skill and laughed confidently. He was a necromancer, and a skeleton with a scythe appeared behind him. The skeleton swung and Jun managed to dodge at the last moment. The necromancer then charged up a deadly attack and told Jun not to touch him. He said that he had done a good job today and was not going to push himself any further. But Jun told him to shut up and slapped both of them in the face for using skills against him. He asked the blockheads how they liked to laugh at the cleaners and write nasty things about them. It was fun. Jun told the blockhead that skills cannot be used outside the dungeons, especially against people, and he began to justify himself by saying that he was simply defending himself. The former hunter swung again. As soon as the blockhead got a lower rank, he started doing such things, he told him. Many things can pose a threat to a hunter, so is he like one of them? Jun asked. Putting his hand on the idiot's shoulder, he warned him that from that day on, they would not clean the dungeons after them, and would tell the journalist everything. The blockhead shouted that the association would not support the cleaner, because the management was always on the side of the hunters. Jun replied in a contemptuous tone that the association would not save fools at the cost of its reputation, especially for the sake of the lower ranks. And if he doesn't want to lose his job, he should apologize on his knees to the cleaners, Jun warned. And when the hunter began to grumble that he had pride, Jun suggested that they fight once inside the dungeon. At that moment, Fox entered the room. He heard shouts and noise and came from his office. He saw a rather eloquent scene. 2 beaten hunters and 1 whole cleaner. Jun remembered that last time Peter was told that Fox was on vacation. Usually this Fox cannot be caught. But then Fox respectfully asked him what brought Mr. Janitor here. Jun was surprised why they were speaking to him so politely. This Fox is broken. Bring a new one, he thought. Fox asked what the noise was about. He thought the cleaner had come to ask for more money, but June explained that it was all because of jokes and told everything. Of course, the idiot jumped up from his seat and accused Jun of lying and claimed that it was the janitor who suddenly attacked him. But at that very second, he got it from Director Fox for his disrespectful attitude towards June. Fox did not hesitate to fawn over June and ask for forgiveness for his subordinate. But such flattery had an effect. The proud man said that in future Fox should be more attentive to his people. Apologizing for the disturbance, he walked out the door, and Fox wished him a good journey. Before leaving, June clearly warned him not to see those two again. So it all ended in one day. But now June wanted to find out why Fox changed his attitude so easily. He met with Miranda. So she decided to rest for another week. She didn't want to think about those two. They were just pathetic losers. June replied that they had at least apologized properly, although he himself felt that he had gone a bit overboard. Miranda said that now those two won't be able to do anything even if they wanted to, because they were kicked off the team. Here Jun himself was amazed. He didn't think that things would go so far that the association would kick out the hunters because of a complaint from the cleaners. And Fox's compliance that day was also too suspicious, as if Fox had something in mind. But Jun was even more shocked, along with everyone else, when he came to the next gate. This time, they were met by hunters who bowed low to them and greeted them as people of higher status. They thanked them for cleaning, which was very embarrassing because this had never happened before. This continued after each cleanup, moreover. Inside, the hunters put all the monsters neatly in a pile. Asel said that it was impossible to get used to this. This was the first time something like this had happened in 10 years of their service. Alex noted that it would be like they were holding the hunters hostage. Peter countered that it was all thanks to June. They were truly grateful to him. Everyone in the team understood that without the guy these changes would not have happened. But Asel was still worried about this, although June thought to accept everything as it should be. She was afraid that this situation could harm the guy. Many were watching them closely, and the hunters could take revenge on him. June answered calmly that it must be a very fearless person. And for now, the hunters will remain quiet as a mouse. Asel sighed with relief, glad that June had not done anything bad. But this did not calm Alex's suspicions, so he approached June. Although June said he didn't ask for a budget increase or for hunters to be fired, his department kept an eye on them, he said. And Alex suspected that June was a big shot, since even connections with the bosses weren't important to him. June just laughed and told Alex not to talk nonsense and to get to work, which angered his partner. Fox was already in a bad mood, and it got even worse when his colleague got wind of him spying on the cleaning crew. Hamster knew that Fox's men were doing this, and noted that Fox himself was doing well. Fox replied with annoyance that he knew nothing about the kind of guy who worked in the cleaning team. But Hamster had already heard the rumors. It was all anyone talked about. He knew about the suspicions that this was the chairman's man. Hamster laughed and said that was why Fox hadn't gotten a promotion. You didn't have to run after your boss to get one. Fox got angry and told his senior colleague that if that was all he came for, he had better leave. And despite his irritation, Hamster declared that he would sort it out completely without stopping munching on chips. As a senior colleague, he promised to help anyone who believed the story about the cleaner. Fox froze in surprise with chips in his teeth and asked how exactly they could help him. Hamster replied that it was just a service. Even if the cleaner was the chairman's man, he could not help but make mistakes. Fox was shocked that the cleanup crew had made a mistake, but Hamster corrected him that it was bound to happen. The cunning Fox didn't know what his crazy elder had decided to do this time. Hamster told him to think carefully, or he would have to spend the rest of his days on surveillance, and his squad was considered elite. Fox asked him what in return, and Hamster praised him for his intelligence, replied that he would, and spoke of a dungeon that would go to the younger one. It was a special multi-hall dungeon that opened up the next zone after clearing the previous one. It was quite difficult and required preparation, and Hamster demanded it for himself, although Fox had been preparing for it for a month. It was too much for him, so Fox even jumped up from his seat, but Hamster did not insist. After all, he had already gotten permission and thought they could work it out between themselves, Hamster said. Hamster has stolen loot from other teams this way before, but without his help, Fox won't be able to get close to the cleaning crew. It was the only major cleanup, but if the cleaner's problem was solved, it was a good deal for Fox. He agreed, hoping it wouldn't come back to haunt him in the future, and Hamster was pleased. He grinned insolently, and as if by chance remembered that there was a girl named Miranda in Fox's squad, and asked to borrow her. Fox was dumbfounded. He didn't understand how he could do this, but he didn't say anything out loud. In the end, he had to endure everything, because he had already agreed. June studied his status. So far, everything was going smoothly and according to plan, so he was satisfied with it. the skills became easier to unlock. The system offered him different ways to unlock skills, and now they no longer seemed so unattainable. He was thinking about how he could bring publicity to the cleanup crew when the phone rang. Miranda was on the line and June asked her what was wrong. She said that she was assigned to a multiplex dungeon as a squad leader. For the girl, this was her first major assignment. He praised her for her success. Her life was now incredibly valuable, but Miranda said that was not the point. She gave him some unexpected news that made June scream. The cleanup team would also be taking part in the raid. The hunters looked at them with disdain. They accused the cleaners of taking away part of their budget, status, and now their jobs. They cast evil glances at June, calling him a doormat for the upper crust, and were also afraid that he would want to become a hunter himself. Under such pressure, Peter, like all the other members of the team, became nervous. One of the hunters told them that the meeting was about to start and everyone needed to take their places. June noticed that they were all low rank. Something was wrong. The dungeon was assigned to the first team, but Fox handed the project over to the second team, Miranda explained. June was surprised that such a large project was simply taken and given away, having spent so much effort on preparation. But the girl did not know the details. Hamster appeared, opening the doors sharply on both sides, apparently to go through them. He greeted everyone and said that he would lead the cleanup. As soon as June saw him, he immediately recognized the fat man. He would have recognized that round face anywhere, and he remembered Hamster well. When Jun was a new hunter, this jerk stole his raid. He was well known for taking everyone's orders. And now Hamster became the captain of the second group. June trembled so much that the others noticed it. He warned Miranda to stay away from this scoundrel and not to get involved with him. Hamster announced from the podium that the raid would last for 24 hours, and that it was impossible to leave the dungeon without completing it to the end. He gave a chance to those who didn't want it to refuse. They could say so now. But no one refused, and Hamster began a briefing on this dungeon. The hunters are divided into 3 groups. The cleanup will last for 24 hours because the monsters will decompose. This cannot be allowed to happen because the deadly gases will spread and poison everyone. And the cleanup team will be working on that, Hamster told them. The operation would be large-scale, so bonuses would be waiting for everyone upon completion, and he asked them if the cleaners could handle it. Peter answered in the affirmative. They had no reason to refuse a dangerous raid. It was a great opportunity to work together. If not now, then when else? June could get bonuses in the form of unlocking his skills. And yet he spoke up for himself and said that he could not do it. This was a surprise, including for Hamster, who was clearly up to something. The fat man even dropped his candy. After the briefing, the cleaning team discussed their decision. Miranda was also with them. Alex thought it was a good opportunity. Peter spoke up. He understood that June was worried about them. Miranda, as a hunter, shared this concern. The briefing was short, the dungeon was dangerous, the work was long, and there would be plenty of monsters there. Peter decided that June understood all the risks. He was afraid that the team would agree to buy into the reward, and he was the first to refuse, in order to set an example for them. Alex grumbled that June was always misleading them, because it seemed like he just didn't want to work. Peter realized that June had a premonition of this too, and made his decision that, unfortunately, the team would not participate in the raid. But then Miranda stunned everyone even more when she also refused to participate. Even though she was leading the raid, she didn't like the idea from the start. But more importantly, the teacher told her not to mess with Hamster, and he was worth listening to. Fox, meanwhile, was pleased with this outcome. His impudent and self-confident elder was simply laughed at. Now he could make fun of him, because nothing had come of his daring plan, and Fox had warned him that the guy was not so simple. Hamster glared and warned the younger man that if he was going to make fun of him, he'd better leave. Moreover, Miranda had abandoned the second group, so the chances of success were now slim, Fox said, and Hamster trembled. But Fox didn't calm down and asked if his friend was going to contact a private company, since they had recently spent a huge amount on cleaners. Hamster couldn't take it anymore and said he could handle anyone the chairman had. He said he would just use the mandatory list. This meant that those teams that got into it would not be able to refuse the raid under threat of punishment or even dismissal. Hamster did not forgive insults. He remembered how June spoke to him and wanted to take revenge on him. A few days later, they learned that Hamster had used a mandatory list, and now their group was forced to participate in the raid. A crowd of people gathered at the entrance, and everyone was surprised by such attention. The cleaners didn't expect reporters to be there, and an operation of such a scale attracted a lot of attention. June noticed that Miranda was too nervous, and the girl replied that it was her first time. June patted her on the back and told her to pull herself together. People get nervous when they see how nervous hunters are and encouraged her. The girl smiled and said that she was sure she could handle it. June had no doubt, but reminded her that once she was inside, she should forget about their group and focus on destroying the monsters. Miranda said that they should stay in touch. June immediately asked if she was going to ask for help in that case. Peter wished everyone a good job today and asked about their readiness. June and Asel checked the contents of their boxes. Everything was in order and in place. Alex checked the food and water supplies. There was enough of that too. Peter told them fine. The raid would be difficult anyway, but they would do the same as always, and told them to move out. Seeing their preparation, the other hunters simply laughed, their opinion of the cleaning team remaining just as disgusting. Hamster also looked at them with disdain, while he showed off his body in front of the cameras and put on airs. He told Miranda that he was counting on her, and she promised to do her best. Asel was surprised that the management was also going into the dungeon, and June said that this happens. Usually the leader of the raid is the best hunter, and now it should be Miranda. June acknowledged that the girl did indeed have leadership qualities, but Hamster did it for a different reason. This parasite has no idea how to behave on the battlefield and does not want to take responsibility. He always stays behind. Hamster told Miranda not to worry, and promised that he would fight too if there was trouble. Miranda agreed, but her answers were dry and monosyllabic, and Hamster didn't miss it. The important bird reminded the cleaners to keep everything clean. June sighed heavily. Hamster instantly lost his temper at such impudent behavior. Everything was ready, so the impudent leader told Miranda to begin. Miranda repeated to them, even though they knew it, that they would now split into 3 teams. All 3 will enter the dungeon in turn, one after another, and so on in a circle until they clear the entire dungeon. This time they will have a cleaning team with them, but they know their business, the girl said. She confidently stated that if the situation became dangerous, they could turn to them for help, which stunned and even angered all the experienced hunters. Miranda, in her holy simplicity, did not understand what she had just said. Hamster said that Miranda must have been nervous and misspoke. She meant to say, ask the task force for help. Miranda told everyone to repeat the basic information about the dungeon and to enter as soon as they were ready. Once everyone had disappeared inside, June told his colleagues that it was time for them to come in too. Inside, they were already met by the sweet and friendly inhabitants of the dungeons, who loved to receive guests. There was a lot of work. The corpses of monsters and their bones covered the entire dungeon like a carpet. Asel said that although she was afraid to go, it was quite calm inside. Jun replied that although it was a major operation, perhaps they would continue to work like this. Alex grumbled that he would never see the hunters in action and didn't understand why they were going on a joint raid. But Peter asked him to get back to work. He repeated all the instructions for treating the bodies of the monsters with drugs, which Alex had already dreamed about, so often he heard them. Usually such a pile of corpses would simply be burned on the spot. But now the cleanup and cleaning were going on simultaneously, so this was impossible. To prevent the flesh from decomposing, they poured preparations over it and placed the pieces in sealed bags. However, this added significantly to their troubles, and June understood this. They had to work in a hurry without breaks to keep up with the hunters, Peter constantly telling Alex to stop complaining. Asel took out a few bars and offered to have a quick snack, and Alex exclaimed happily. She offered one to Juna, and Asel immediately stopped short because he didn't like being distracted while working. But the former hunter turned to her and asked for one with strawberries. Peter called a sweet break and then ordered them to get back to work. For their group, this was the first mission of this level. Everything went smoothly, but that was only for the first 8 hours. While the hunter squads were killing monsters, the situation in the cleaning squad changed. After 10 hours of continuous work, they were simply exhausted. 5 hours later, Alex received a slight wound from the monster's bones, but unfortunately it was not critical. In addition, the vacuum bags kept bursting, and Jun was tired of fixing and replacing them. Now they were far behind the task force. The gas level began to rise, and the hunters called Peter on the radio, but he reported that they had a blockage in the 5th zone. The hunters were indignant. They were already in the 10th zone. Peter apologized and said that they needed an hour to rest and promised to speed up after. But the hunters were indignant. The poison was increasing, and the cleaners decided to take a rest. June took the radio and stated that everyone was tired and could no longer work. He told them to ask Hamster to stop the raid. It was impossible, the hunter declared, and June asked him if he wanted the cleaners to simply die on the spot from exhaustion. Despite this, the hunter said that it was not his problem and they were free to do as they wished. June demanded that the hunters who were resting be sent to them. With them, the cleaning would go faster. But when he balked that this was not a matter for hunters, June demanded that he call the head of the raid. Hamster asked him what they should do and whether he was doing the right thing, since the gas was already visible to the naked eye. Instead of dragging themselves to the 10th precinct, they should have been cleaning up, he told June, who was furious. But the guy ignored the fat man and asked him where Miranda was. He became indignant and sarcastically replied that she was working. June recalled that they worked 18 hours without a break, although they are not robots. But the fat man didn't care that they had no strength left. He shouted that everyone would have problems, all because the cleaners were tired. The raid was no joke. The hunters had been working like horses preparing for this raid, and it was stated that the cleaners had already lost their bonuses. June told him to think again, but the fat man stood his ground. They had failed in their duties and had not followed orders. Even if this is their first experience with such operations, it does not mean that they can do anything, Hamster said. Now he will have to take responsibility for the actions of their squad. But June just laughed. He realized that Hamster had planned this from the very beginning, and that was why he included them on the mandatory list. He wanted to catch them doing something and punish them. That was his wonderful plan. The hunters could not watch the squad any longer. No matter what his plan, the boss shouldn't have done that, June said, prompting a stream of curses and drool from Hamster's mouth. June chuckled and stated that if the cleaners simply refused to continue, what would the hunters do? The fat man grabbed the radio and turned to Miranda, who was now busy fighting the monster. He told her that they had a problem now because the cleaners were refusing to work. Hamster told Miranda that at this rate they would suffocate before they completed the raid, and removed her from her position as commander, taking over the operation himself. When the girl asked what this meant, he called her a brainless chicken and said that she would not be able to handle the controls anyway. June chuckled. He called Hamster a fool because his decision didn't change anything. Miranda turned to June on the radio after hearing his voice and asked if he really refused to continue. But June replied that the cleaners did not want this at all, because then everyone would suffer from the poison. Miranda was breathing heavily. She had just dealt with another bunch of monsters. The fat man kept pressuring her to let the little upstart hand over command to him and threatened to throw her out of the department. He shouted that just because she was given command once, it didn't make her a big shot. Miranda grimaced in disgust and handed over the authority to him. Hamster smiled contentedly. But unexpectedly, she announced that as the head of the raid, she was handing over her powers to Jun and the cleanup team. And now it was time for the former hunter to feel vengeful and touched. He immediately remembered that he had not led the cleanup for a long time. In his new status, June felt much better. He declared to everyone categorically that from that moment on, he was in charge of the raid. Naturally, Hamster started laughing and spitting in his face. It was unthinkable that a cleaner would be in charge of the operation. Hamster told him that he was still in charge here, even though Jun had been given the authority. June asked if the fat man had done anything useful in this raid, and reminded him that he knew who was responsible for everything. Hamster was surprised and asked June where he was from, assuming that he was a hunter. June didn't understand why everyone he met wanted to know if he was a hunter, but Hamster replied that the fate of the raid was at stake. Hamster expected June to hand over the raid to him, since he was an experienced manager and not some janitor, and even promised not to punish him. June chuckled and said that Hamster knew better whether to punish them or not. But when he looked at him, he immediately remembered a past that never happened, June said, calling Hamster a mangy dog. And he asked him to raise his rating well day by day. But the fat man did not understand at all what he was talking about. June told the fat man not to interfere because he was suspended. Removal is a status that deprives the manager of all powers. He grabbed Hamster's slack jaw and told him to close his mouth before the fly got in. Then, over the radio, June announced his decision to everyone else as the fat man sat down heavily in the mud. He ordered the rest to continue the operation. He told them to follow his instructions, since Miranda had delegated authority to him. First of all, he sent the resting teams of hunters to help with cleaning. Of course, they began to object that they were hunters and would not scratch the floors. But Jun calmly announced that the two groups would be suspended for failing to follow instructions, without any ceremony. June was still waiting for a response from Team A, led by Miranda. She replied that she was ready to carry out the task. Everyone would have to work more, since most of the team was now suspended. She was currently working in Zone 11, but the monsters here were resistant to physical damage. June told them to wear down Winnie the Pooh with tanks supported by healers, and then deal maximum damage to him. Miranda will need to use the counterattack skill, which is why she trained her left hand. Having received the order, the hunters rushed into the attack. Their actions were coordinated. They reinforced each other and used their strength efficiently because they now had a plan. The bear struck with its paw at the hunter, who was acting as a tank. After he recoiled, Miranda entered the battle, charged up for an attack. She activated the counterattack skill and her eyes filled with power. With a powerful stroke of her sword, Miranda sent the clubfoot to rest. Afterwards, she sent him a message that Zone 11 was free. The other detached hunters did not believe that this was possible. June told her that was great because they still had 50 minutes to clear the rest of the areas. In the 12th zone, a ghost immune to physical attacks awaited them. The swordsman went to the rear, the magicians came forward. Then they could start hallucinating. And the healer needed to apply a purification in time, Jun said, to attack the boss and retreat. His skillful leadership caused a lot of bewilderment among the hunters. June told Miranda to back off, but the girl said she wasn't coming out. The problem was that they were simply exhausted and lacking skills, and June was indignant that they were such weaklings. He walked towards Miranda and told her to hold on a little longer. The swordswoman had not faced the most successful opponent. The monster was too strong for her sword. She herself noticed that this boss defended himself well. He was completely different. Strong armor and good mobility made him practically invulnerable, and in addition, he was not small. While she was jumping back and forth, the boss grabbed her leg as if he was in a vice, after which he hit the floor like a frog, giving no chance to escape. Miranda was hit hard and couldn't get up, a trickle of blood dripping down her cheek. But then she saw June's face, holding out his hand to her. The girl asked for forgiveness for letting him down, although she thought she could handle it. But June told her to hand over the sword, and it turned out that was exactly what he needed. He took her thin blade and checked the balance. The sword sat well in his hand. The Stone Ogre was an unusual opponent for this place, especially since he was of quite a high rank. But June got unlocked skills thanks to this raid. Now he could destroy the giant's armor in one fell swoop using special skills. June hit the weak spots, so the battle was not a problem for him. The monster swung its fists furiously to hit him, but Jun was too fast. He instantly attacked and retreated, and when the monster froze in place, he used his fire skill. The combination of different skills created a special penetrating effect, and the monster was destroyed. The hunters of the first group surrounded Miranda and asked her who he was, but she replied that he was just a cleaner. With skills like that, he should work in the operations department, but Miranda said it was better if no one knew about it. Jun experienced a bout of mysophobia because he got a lot of dirt on him during the battle. After the raid, the media was in full swing. Hamster's reputation was in tatters. His shameful suspension and past misdeeds all became public knowledge. Wolf yelled at Hamster when he read the news that the leader could be removed from the raid. But the fat man could only apologize, although there was no point in it. He said it was likely that Miranda and the cleaners were working together. Wolf snapped again. Even the kids knew now that Hamster was trying to use Miranda. The fat man shrank and almost cried, asking why everyone was blaming him, since they had drawn up the plan of demands together. But Wolf grabbed him by the head and said that they were not friends, and Wolf was superior in rank. He couldn't just forget that everyone in the department was discussing the fat man's behavior. Before anyone could press charges, he told Hamster to go to the police station himself. Fox entered the office and asked to tell the cleaner that it was he who helped him. Wolf asked Fox what he thought about appointing Miranda as squad leader. Hamster was ultimately demoted and punished, and was removed from his leadership, which is tantamount to being fired. His place was taken by Miranda, who was congratulated by the entire cleaning team. The girl was glad to accept their congratulations and that everything worked out well. The girl even burst into tears from the excess of her emotions, so Asel began to console her. Miranda said she just got something in her eye, and June thought it was wrong. Miranda is still not used to these changes and new responsibilities. She was now a leader on par with Fox, although Miranda herself did not think so. Her office was a bit empty. But there was nothing to be done about it, since many hunters had already walked out the door. Half of the staff remained loyal to Miranda during the raid, although she still did not understand why she was given such an honor. June told her not to underestimate herself, but also not to think that anyone could fill the position. Otherwise, she would do poorly. Although June himself was overcome with envy, since in the past he had only become a leader at the age of 30, Miranda was overflowing with gratitude. But June immediately told her to watch her words and not say anything like that here. June explained that no hunter wanted a cleaner in their group, much less as their leader. But then the hunters entered the room. They were delayed because they took a long time to take over the shift. Their attitude towards the cleaners changed dramatically, and they expressed their respect. For some reason, they now greeted them warmly and were eager to meet the cleaners. Some kid warmly praised June's efforts on the last raid. They asked to be considered part of the team and promised to always come to the rescue, for some reason striking picturesque poses. June didn't understand who brainwashed the hunters, but Miranda liked their attitude. She told him that now even the association headquarters would not be able to harm the cleaning department, and June could enjoy her job. But Miranda was waiting for someone else. She was told that an assistant would come. Personal assistants are only given to group leaders. June also had one at one time. And then he remembered that he had been assigned Shirley. She was his manager. They were together on the day of his murder, and she was the closest to him after leaving the association. June anxiously asked the name of Miranda's new assistant, but the huntress didn't know it. June reassured himself that even if he ran into Shirley, she wouldn't recognize him. Afterwards, Peter reminded them that it was time to get to work, and June, gritting his teeth, headed for the exit. Miranda wished them a good day, but as June was leaving, he collided with someone in the aisle. It was a bespectacled girl. She introduced herself as Sally and mistook June for Miranda. He angrily corrected her, saying that Miranda was a girl. This greatly embarrassed her, and Sally began to apologize, saying that she had only recently been accepted into the association. June was lost in thought, so Peter called him again, but he knew one thing for sure. It wasn't her. They left and Miranda wished him a good shift. He scared Sally. By the end of her shift, she was so exhausted she could barely move. She had only been working there for 2 months, and it wasn't that easy. Someone asked Sally what was going on. It was Shirley's manager, telling Sally that Miranda's recent raid had almost gone wrong. Sally replied that Miranda was a good person, but was worried that she had been appointed without the CEO's knowledge. Shirley has heard rumors that Miranda is on good terms with the cleaning crew, which is under the patronage of the CEO. Sally said that she ran into June today and she didn't like him at all because he was arrogant. Sally launched into a torrent of speculation about June and his behavior that made Shirley's ears bleed. But she didn't respond in kind, but noted that June was doing well. He was able to increase the budget for his department, which was rare. She also heard rumors that June had given the hunters a dressing down for insulting the cleaners. Sally agreed. She was confident that if such a situation arose in the future, she would quickly resolve it. Shirley agreed with her, but she wanted to know what kind of person June was. The guy felt his ears burning and thought that someone was remembering him with a quiet, not evil word. June hummed the song from the commercial to somehow dilute the cleaning routine. Miranda, who was working next to him, informed him that rain was expected after lunch. He asked the girl if she had too much free time, and Miranda replied that she was at work. Jun was skeptical about this statement. For the team leader to have fun with a mop in the cleaning squad, not many people would like that. But when he looked behind her, he saw her team of hunters there, diligently scrubbing the floor and walls. Peter rushed to their aid to show them how to work, and June stopped understanding what was happening in this world. Asel asked cheerfully who could help her with disinfection. And then the hunters struck a dramatic pose and said that they would cope completely. June simply settled as a solid precipitate at the bottom of the test tube. After work, he asked Miranda why she had come, clearly not for a date with a wimp, and she said that she had some tough raids coming up this month. June understood why she had come and hurried her, and the satisfied girl took out a pencil and a notebook. She had about 50 dungeons to clear, but there weren't enough people. Jun agreed with this. Plus, she had to work with high and mid-level dungeons, and Jun told her to listen and remember. The level of the dungeons is determined by the headquarters. The association had nothing to do with it. Even if the gate is green, there may be strong monsters in it. Jun said that at their level, they needed to do sweeps twice a day, splitting into 2 teams. Miranda was surprised by his plan, but many even experienced managers did not know the subtleties that June possessed. The girl was extremely grateful to him for such valuable information. June told her to stop and just leave. They could handle the cleaning themselves. Miranda thought she was bothering him, but June pointed her in the direction of the one who was causing real pain with her gloomy appearance. Miranda came closer to him and whispered to him if he knew Sally. Miranda smiled. She also met her yesterday, like June, and suggested that he take a closer look at her. Maybe she would become his girlfriend. Although June did not appreciate the joke, Sally approached Miranda with an important air and said that they had to go to an important meeting, but the huntress wanted to have lunch first. Miranda asked to reserve a table for her in the dining room, since it was not possible to use the telephone in the dungeon. June was surprised, and Miranda explained that she lied because she wanted to discuss something. Miranda wanted to ask if he knew anyone from the support department. She was told that someone from that department wanted to see him and asked to keep it a secret. June had no idea what the support wanted from him. Maybe it was related to that fat guy. June told Miranda to tell her he would stop by as soon as he had time. Miranda told everyone that she was responsible for lunch, and everyone was incredibly happy about it. The next day, they arrived at the gate where there was a little boy calling for help. Someone called him, and the boy thought it was his brother and answered. But it was the monster that called him and approached him. The walking screamer smiled affably, But the boy did not appreciate it. It turned out that he entered the dungeon by mistake, and there he was attacked by a monster. Fortunately, the wounds were not fatal. The victim said that the dungeon had no fence and that is why he went in there. Miranda, after hearing this news, said that civilians by definition are not allowed to enter the dungeons. Director Wolf yelled at them for not putting up barriers. June found the boy when he was returning home. A little more, and everything would have ended badly. The director demanded that the culprits be handed over, the one who forgot to put up the fence, before this news spread. Jun replied that it was his doing, he should have done it, but he forgot. Miranda was indignant because she saw how June put it. But the cleaner told her to shut up, because he was talking to the director now. Wolf realized that it was the cleaning department's mistake, but June corrected him that it was his own. Wolf asked with what part of his body he thought it didn't matter who was to blame, June personally or the whole team. He was simply stating what had already happened. June suggested that he be suspended from work so that he could speak to management and explain his mistake. Wolf was pleased with this decision. He announced that he would hold a meeting tomorrow at 9. Nothing would prevent June from escaping punishment. At this point, he announced that the conversation was over and they should leave his office. Miranda was shaking with anger and indignation. Her assistant was crushed by such a reprimand. The girl asked Jun what he was doing and the guy didn't understand what she was talking about. She screamed that she had seen with her own eyes how he put up the fence, even though he was protecting the others. But Miranda didn't understand why he was lying. Even if the boy got into the dungeon, where did the monster come from if they cleared everything? The huntress asked. It was pointless. Someone clearly set this up, and Jun was setting himself up. June told her that even if it was someone's setup, they had no way to expose that person. It is obvious that it is not an ordinary employee who is behind this, and they will not find out anything by the morning, so he will be held responsible. Of course, it was all set up. The Vega monster does not live in dungeons of this level. He was let in there on purpose, but who is unknown. June didn't care, because one of the conditions for unlocking the skills was increasing the citizens' attention to the cleaning department. Even if someone removed the barrier by mistake, how could a child get into the dungeon half an hour before closing time? And how could there be a monster there if the task force completed its work? So Miranda came to the conclusion that this was all arranged to frame her teacher. Given his level of relationship with the association, this is the work of someone from the management. But now there was nothing she could do. She could only watch the events. Miranda covered her face with her hands. Her mood was gloomy. Her team came up to support the girl. They heard everything, but didn't believe it. They asked her why Jun took all the blame. They wanted to pay him back for the last raid. Miranda decided to stop work on all projects and begin to catch the criminal with the whole team. And although this risked disrupting the month-long plan for cleansing, there were no objections. But when she opened the doors, a man was waiting for her in the corridor. It was Shirley, introducing herself as the deputy head of support. 3 hours ago, Sally's assistant was shedding crocodile tears. She had only been on the job for 3 days, and so much had already happened. Shirley asked her colleague what she was going to do and learned that Miranda was going to go to the media the next day. Shirley was surprised that June, being the chairman's man, made such a stupid mistake. But when she realized that he was deliberately setting himself up, she was even more surprised that there were responsible people in their swamp. Despite his high connections, he retained his humanity. Shirley was amazed. If so, then perhaps something can be changed in this system. Shirley asked Sally to keep everything a secret and said that their help would not hurt June. That's why she came to Miranda now and said that she wants to help them. It was all because Sally told her what happened, Shirley explained. She asked about their progress, and Miranda stated that they were just getting started and she wanted to check the security cameras in the area. But Shirley said it was a waste of time. Without the police or the chairman, they simply wouldn't be allowed access to them. The dungeon was in the Tal area. There were no cameras working that day, and there was little time to waste, Shirley said. But they were lucky that at that moment, there was a car there with a dash cam turned on. Right now, Sally was trying to find that car, the number of which she had memorized when they went out for lunch. And when that car is found, they can check everything against one document from the report. Miranda wanted to take the papers and thanked her for her help, but Shirley took the piece of paper. She said that she was working for a reason. Miranda replied that she had been in the position for 3 days and simply had nothing to offer. But Shirley wanted to know what kind of person June was because Miranda knew him well and worked with him. There were many rumors about him: an independent hunter, a spy for a private company, a protege of the chairman. Shirley wanted to know how much of it was true. But Miranda objected that this was the first time she had heard about all this. Shirley was amazed that the huntress didn't know anything about what the entire headquarters was talking about, and the girl justified herself by saying that she didn't have many friends. And then Shirley realized that the hunter knew June only as an employee of the cleaning service. Miranda's colleagues sympathized with her loneliness and decided that they would communicate with her more. But Shirley only laughed under the hunter's intense, disapproving gazes. She was amused by the situation in which the cleaner took all the blame on himself and the head of the department, who rushed to defend him. She didn't understand how these people ended up in this rotten place. Shirley promised to help, but asked in return to introduce her to June. Now all that was left was to find a car. Everyone in the group rejoiced at this success. Meanwhile, June bought clothes for the press conference. On the way to his destination, Asel called him and asked if he had contacted Miranda. Asel tried to call her but couldn't. June said not to worry, this happened often with managers. But the thing is that Miranda sent her a message that she would help June, and if she didn't make it in time, Asel should dissuade him. June hung up. He realized he had to hurry before silly Miranda ruined all his plans. So he immediately called the distressed student and asked what she was doing. The girl picked up the phone and said that she was going to an area where she didn't even work. She was going to find evidence of his innocence and told him about the dash cam. June croaked into the phone that he asked her not to interfere. He thought that it would be better if the girl did nothing, and then June would get a new skill, but now she definitely won't listen to him. He asked her for the license plate number and decided that he would never let her get the evidence. June hung up the phone and banged his head on the ground in despair, which really scared the people who saw the blood on his face. But thanks to this, he was able to activate his skill, which was tied to the combat situation. Using hyper-acceleration, he shot into the sky like a rocket. June raced along the highway at the speed of a bullet to get there before his lazy student. Shirley came to the hospital in the meantime and said that she was a representative of the association. She asked the person next to the boy if he was his relative, but the man refused to talk to her. Shirley said that there would be a conference on the matter tomorrow. The investigation was not yet complete, but it was already clear that the cleaner was not guilty. But the man turned to her and said that she was healthy, and if June were to suffer, he would only be glad about it. The young man was sitting in his car in the parking lot. He was thinking about what he would have for dinner today. Nothing foreshadowed it. But then a bloody zombie knocked on his window and the guy screamed. The zombie said that he was from the association and asked for help. The young man was surprised because he was an ordinary citizen and did not know what they might need. But June simply crushed his recorder, no questions asked. When he jumped out of the car and screamed, Jun told him that the association would come soon and pay him for the damages. And then he hit his head on the concrete floor again, so the system recognized combat readiness and activated the acceleration skill. June took off again like a hypersonic missile. While the guy was recovering from the sight of flying zombies, hunters ran up to him. They turned to him for help, but he was already beside himself with anger. First one thing, then another, he began to threaten the hunters with legal action. The hunter looked at the car and told Miranda, who was taken aback by such aggression, that someone had already taken the recorder. The girl was shocked by this. Their opponent had gone too far. Shirley, meanwhile, was interrogating the boy's so-called relative. He immediately stated that he was fired because of June, so he won't listen to anything that the people of the association tell him. The former hunter said that no one had apologized to him or his younger brother, and now they were telling him about orders. And although Shirley said she was trying to figure it out, he told her it was all just a show and there was nothing more for them to talk about. There was a whisper among the sick. They were attracted by the noise that arose. Shirley did not need witnesses. The older brother closed the doors. He grumbled at Shirley and at the association. The boy asked to stop everything already. He didn't like sitting in the hospital all day and getting injections. But the brother reminded him that they had agreed on this, that it would all end tomorrow, and he had to endure it. But then someone broke into their room, and the brothers turned around, alarmed. It was June himself, telling them that if the boy had just walked by, there wouldn't have been a problem. An ordinary person, especially a child, would not be able to lift the barrier, and even more so to plant a monster in an empty dungeon. But for a former hunter, it was within his power. June realized that they just wanted to take revenge on him using his brother. The younger one did not understand why his elder one was taking revenge on the one who saved him from the dungeon. The elder shouted that June was to blame for everything himself. He asked him if he was familiar with the feeling of losing his job, and because of the cleaner. Jun swung at him and asked who started it all, and the former hunter became scared. But then June suddenly changed his anger to mercy and said that he forgave the guy. He was counting on the fact that he would receive his skill tomorrow, which meant there was no point in messing around with this scum, since it was thanks to him that everything had worked out so well. June said that it was time for him to go and warned the bully not to do anything until tomorrow. He reminded him not to even try to take revenge, otherwise he would end badly, and also to take care of his younger brother. The younger one approached the older one, and he said that June had forgiven them. The next day at 9 o'clock in the morning, June had to speak at a conference in front of everyone. He introduced himself and said that he apologized to the boy who had been hurt yesterday. He made no excuses and took full responsibility for the lack of barriers. Jun felt like a winner, and neither the bully nor the management could stop him. He kept waiting for the ability to unlock the skill, but then he was interrupted. Peter stood up from his seat, his bald head flashing, and said that it was his fault. He came out to June right in his work uniform. They found out that there would be a conference and came here. June had already said everything, but Peter still moved him closer to the seat on the podium. He did a lot for their cleaning department, so Shirley asked him to cover for him, although June refused such charity. But Peter did not listen, and as a foreman he took full responsibility for his subordinate. But then Alex intervened and said that they were all to blame, and as colleagues they also took responsibility. Together with Asel, they got into the frame and blew Juna's mind. Each of them tried to shut him down, although he stubbornly removed them from the scene, fighting for his fame and skills. This irritated him terribly because they climbed without understanding why. One reporter concluded that they were claiming that the cleaning department was responsible for this. The team, like crazy, vied with each other in blaming themselves. In the comments, everyone just laughed at such a chaotic reaction. But then Jun pushed his colleagues aside and told them to shut up already. He demanded that he be blamed for everything and that it be recorded. But then Miranda came out in front of the cameras with the injured boy and said that he had something to say. The boy admitted that he himself moved the barrier and climbed into the dungeon because it was interesting there. And now, he took all the blame on himself, although by and large it was the association that was to blame, since it did not watch the entrance. Miranda reiterated to everyone that the third cleanup squad was not to blame for this situation. They had set up a barrier, as always. The older brother didn't understand why the younger brother said this, because no one would believe him anyway. But children really are bad at lying. But the boy was able to hide the fact that his brother was guilty of everything, and this touched the older bully. He repented for his disgusting behavior, because even so, the younger one still covered for him. So he decided he had to tell the truth and went with Shirley. When the father passed away, the older brother consoled the younger one and promised to take care of him. The younger one was worried that his only guardian would go to prison, but he believed that he had to answer for everything. The younger one started crying, because he thought it was all because of him, like in a sappy drama. They said goodbye tearfully, promising to behave well and see each other soon. The story was sweet to the point of tears, but too correct to the point of nausea. June finally got the skill unlocked and breathed a sigh of relief in the midst of all the madness. Now June had hyper-acceleration, fire, discipline, and polymorph. He could use them in different combinations, but of course it was still far from his former strength. As many as 4 of the previous skills he had unlocked were now available. During the cleaning crew's revolt, he was worried that nothing would work out. However, the disorder attracted even more attention, and thanks to this, everything worked out. Many people liked Asel's appearance, and it became a hotly discussed topic. People showed interest in their unit only because they saw one video. Life was unfair, June thought. He walked into Miranda's office and asked what she wanted, since he had a lot to do. It turned out that she called him in order to introduce him to Shirley. She had wanted this for a long time and introduced herself to Jun, who was a little taken aback. In front of him was his manager from his past life, who stayed with him until the very end. Smiling awkwardly, Shirley asked if he was going to shake her hand, as she was tired of holding it. June wondered if this was really the same Shirley from his past life. She was acting like a completely different person. He decided to act as usual, even though she was one of the suspects in the conspiracy against him. They shook hands, and Shirley praised him for his performance at the conference. After all the rumors about him, she imagined someone more charismatic. June was surprised and asked if it mattered, but Shirley replied that she had just come to talk. She asked him point-blank how far he decided to go and smiled. She was interested in how high he would rise in the career ladder, the leader of the squad, or maybe higher. If he had ambition, she promised to help him remove Director Wolf. She wanted to change the association from within. It was a necessity and not a simple whim. Before his appearance, the cleaning department did not even use the canteen. The support department wasn't treated much better. They were looked upon as a lower caste. Everyone at headquarters thought so. But then June came along and turned everything upside down, and Shirley couldn't believe it was an accident. June realized that she wanted to fire all the bosses with his help. But the manager quickly corrected herself that she simply wanted to change everything. But June insisted, in his opinion, this is exactly what she wanted. Shirley did not deny it. There was a tension between them that made Miranda feel uneasy. Shirley said that she doesn't know yet how they will act in the future, but she suggested using hunters. It is more profitable to work together. Miranda immediately doubted that Shirley, as deputy head, could handle such issues. But the manager assured that she could do more than that, and that there were a lot of June's fans in her department. The first thing she could do was help them with the equipment, which was what her department was dealing with. Operations would hardly have suggested that either, she said, and June knew why the manager sounded so confident about it. Because her father is the CEO of the association, one of the giants of bear management. She got her position at such a young age thanks to her father. The two of them were the main pillars of the association. But unfortunately for Shirley herself, that period did not last long. 5 years later, Bear was dismissed from his post. After the reforms, it fell in the eyes of the general staff. So she lost her power and became his manager. Maybe that's why she became so cold. June wondered how her suggestion might relate to Bear getting fired in a future that could happen again. Then their cleaning squad and the group of hunters led by Miranda will disappear from the association. June stood up from his seat, thanked her for the offer, and then refused, unexpectedly for the girls. Shirley didn't understand the refusal and thought it was a matter of conditions, although he just needed to keep doing what he was doing. June agreed, but decided to do without her help. Shirley did not understand what happened. He still suspected Shirley of his future murder, although he did not want to believe it. He stated that he did not want any of this, neither to change the association nor to take up the position. At this point, he left the bewildered manager and went to work. His crew was happy to be back at work, along with June. Peter told them to start, but June asked where Alex was. Peter explained that the boy was on vacation from that day on because his sister had come to visit him. She was a hunter from an international organization, came for work. But Peter didn't know the details. He gave Alex a day off because their meetings were rare. The guy himself is a cleaner, and his sister is a hunter. Now June understood why Alex was so upset by this. He realized that it would be just the three of them working together, but Peter only added courage to his voice. They plunged into a routine, under the constant supervision of an unknown person. Peter, as usual, led the team and checked all their actions. Finally, June couldn't take it anymore and shouted at his pursuer who he was and why he was hanging around with them all day. It turned out that this was a journalist who was supposed to cover their activities. The headquarters gave permission, although they were not told anything. Getting permission was difficult, and June didn't understand why they had an observer assigned to them. After the conference, many people showed interest in June, but they were most interested in Asel. There was a lot of talk about them, about how they were beneficial to the association, but people didn't really understand what the cleaners were doing. So the journalist decided to go with them and write an article, and he realized that he shouldn't have told them about it. Asel, to his delight, said that it would be good if people knew more about their work so that newcomers could come to them. But Peter expressed concerns that the reality could seem repulsive to people, which could actually make things worse. But then June decided to seize on this idea that after the article newcomers would come to them. The journalist could not guarantee this, or call for anyone to become a cleaner, but he promised a good article. But June insisted that they be written about in as much detail as possible so that everyone would want to become cleaners. The journalist was also filled with enthusiasm and promised to write something that would make even children want to join their squad. The headquarters were just discussing the publication of this article, which could lead to an increase in those applying for this position. But Wolf was not afraid of this. Because the cleaner's work was dirty and hard, Fox habitually nodded in agreement with his superiors. Wolf said it's a chance for cleaners to feel important. But then it dawned on the director that he had forgotten to warn the team that a journalist would come to see them. The journalist bombarded them with a stream of questions, which drove June crazy. He thought he was eating batteries for breakfast. June tolerated the chatterbox only because of the article. A good article was supposed to attract recruits. When they entered the boss's room, there lay a huge monster, which the journalist had seen up close for the first time. June pulled out a knife and the journalist asked him what he was going to do. June made a crazy face and said it was time to cut up the body. It was his favorite part of the job. June showed the journalist how fun it was to do this and suggested he try it. For censorship purposes, the picture was replaced with a teddy bear, which was cut up. And then the journalist realized what all sorts of things there are in the world, which left him dumbfounded. He fell on his butt and crawled towards the wall, horrified by the sight. The others asked if he was okay and told him to be careful, but in his mind it looked scary. In the end, the journalist lost consciousness from the horror he experienced. June hoped that all these horrible pictures would not appear in the article. Then they told him about the terrible working conditions. because they had to finish cleaning in 2 hours and do this 5 times per shift. He also learned that they had not been able to use the canteen before. And after gathering the information, the journalist said that he had enough. Jun was thinking about what else he could tell about the benefits his job could provide. Peter asked if he had received his first salary, which was just in time. Jun had no other arguments. Even if the work was difficult, money could interest people. But when he saw the mere pennies for 300 hours of work and the bonus for the joint raid, his jaw dropped. The hunters received much more. Peter was happy because this month they received more than usual. Then the journalist again realized that there is everything in the world, just like June. No one will work for that kind of money, even at gunpoint. And even the article won't help them. And then June said that this was only half, because the salary comes twice a month. The journalist sighed with relief and said that with such hard work there simply could not be such a meager salary. This meant that they were receiving 7 million credits a month, the journalist calculated. But then the team pounced on Jun, asking why he was lying. If this became known, they would never get new recruits. And although they begged him to say it was a joke, June stood his ground. Wolf still didn't understand June's logic. Even if he was the chairman's man, why was he bothering for the sake of the cleaners? He decided it was best to keep this freak away and ordered Fox to avoid unnecessary meetings. But as luck would have it, June showed up at their door himself and entered the door without knocking. Wolf made an important face and asked the hero what brought him here. The guy didn't beat around the bush and said that he wanted money and for their salaries to be increased. Wolf objected that he had only been working for a month and was already asking for a raise, and besides, they had a contract that had not expired. The director asked how much June wanted, and he replied that exactly twice as much. Although this angered Wolf, he still decided to understand what was behind this demand, since they were already being paid well. June added that although the pay was good, it did not correspond to the output, and it needed to be raised for all cleaning staff. Wolf's patience was at its limit. Even in ordinary companies, it was unacceptable to ask for everyone. Besides, they were not qualified specialists. June appreciated Wolf's endurance. He himself would have exploded long ago. The director said that this was a question for headquarters. He did not understand why June was making fun of him like that. Then he realized that he was rushing things a little, because he thought that he could unlock 2 skills at once. When someone entered the office and asked if the first squad should be given an assignment, Director Bear noticed that Wolf had a guest and laughed. June said that he was just about to leave. Wolf was angry that the janitor didn't even greet the CEO properly. But when June had already left, Bear called out to him in the corridor. He walked up to the guy and took a selfie without even asking. It turned out that Bear is his fan and knows Jun by sight. The director could be removed soon, but now he is the most influential figure in the association, and June tries not to cross paths with him. Moreover, from his words, he learned that Shirley ran after idols when she was younger. June asked the director how he knew about him. It turned out that the entire headquarters knew this guy, who was ready to do anything for the sake of the squad. He had beaten Hamster, and was also secretly leading a hunting party, and there were rumors that he was targeting headquarters. Bear laughed and said he was a council member so June could address him directly. He knew the cleaners were underpaid. Of course, he could not guarantee success, because he did not make decisions on his own. June realized that Bear wanted something, because there is no such thing as a free lunch. Bear knew from the reports that the operations department had been given 100 dungeons, and most likely Wolf would hand them over to Fox. But June works with Miranda's group, even though he was just a cleaner. Bear didn't care at all. He asked to show good results with the squad, and then this would be a good reason for raising his salary. It was a sort of competition between groups within the same department. They had to show a better result than Fox's team. June had already led a joint raid, and to handle it this time too, then it would be a good opportunity to raise the issue with the directors. He asked Jun to show what he was capable of, and then the guy realized that he had sown the wind and would now reap the whirlwind. A couple of days later, they had a meeting. Peter and Asel were the cleaners. The hunters also did not understand why June had gathered everyone in their office, and the guy noted that everyone had a lot of work. He suggested that they join forces and show the best result. The hunters have had more work lately. They were barely able to meet this month's plan, all because they had no support. June said that he wanted them to defeat everyone and promised to help, because he had a plan. If they agree, it's worth at least trying, because then they will stop being treated with disdain. June asked them if they were ready to show who was the main herring in the lake. Miranda immediately replied that if the teacher was calling, then how could she think otherwise? She was still playing this game. The hunters also agreed in unison, as they had long ago decided to support their boss in everything. The cleaners also have to fulfill their plan, because no one has relieved them of their duties, and there is a lot of work. June said they had to create the perfect tandem, with the right balance for each member. The cleaner also added that there was one thing he wanted to ask for and looked at Shirley. The manager was outraged that he had first refused her help with such arrogance, and now he himself was asking for it. She said she was very upset, and if it had been anyone else, she wouldn't have even batted an eyelid. Shirley reminded him that he was trying to catch a bus that had left, and June listened calmly to the well-deserved grumbling. They definitely wouldn't be able to complete the task if they only had the efforts of two groups. So June stepped on the tail of his pride. After that, Shirley smiled with satisfaction and left the retribution for later, asking what kind of help he needed. He needed first-tier equipment, a change of hunter's robes every 2 days, and a logistics plan for the dungeons. The cleaning crew needed drones, and Shirley, unable to withstand the stream of demands, asked why so much equipment. June asked her if she thought he was asking for so much because he had a low-status job. The whole point is that he wanted to destroy the leader of Fox, and did not want to lose to those who relied on the number of the hunting party. Raising his finger up, June confidently promised them that they would definitely be the first. Shirley noted that the other teams had received all the important information about the objects from management, so their group was lagging far behind. But for Jun, this was not a problem. He said that his intuition told him where the dungeon would soon open. But then a journalist spy guy appeared, who was noticed only when he spoke up. He was surprised that the cleaners would lead such a large and important raid. And then everyone started to think that from the outside everything should look like this. After the meeting there was a noise. It was the dungeon that Jun was talking about, and he ordered everyone who agreed to follow him and act according to the plan, and threw a stunning Shirley who relies on the support department. And so it happened. She headed the Operational Information Headquarters and took control of the surveillance cameras. They had serious problems with the schedule. No matter how they made up the time, they might not make it on time. Shirley told me to spit on everything and get more weapons and equipment, and if they don't give it to me, to steal it. Sally asked her if everything would be okay. The first group of hunters could find out about it. Shirley replied that it didn't matter what headquarters said, they had to follow her orders because she was responsible. A branch of the cemetery opened up in front of Miranda, and many skeletons stood before her. The skeletons were made of metal, as durable as ogres, June noted, and ordered them to use their skills. The cervical vertebrae were their weak point. It was necessary to attack the monsters from behind, he ordered, taking on the larger ones himself. Miranda repeated the order to attack when ready. Now the hunters could break through the line of small skeletons in a coordinated manner. One of them knelt down to become a springboard for Miranda. They tossed her up, while the others covered her with ranged attacks. The archer struck the large skeleton in the eye, blinding the monster. Jun used another skill that had been revealed again. Miranda used her ultimate attack and her sword glowed like a torch. The girl swung her sword and let out a cry of victory. The skeleton liked her fighting spirit and smiled welcomingly. But her sharp, ordinary swing of the sword had already cut off the monster's head. June noted her skills. For a young leader, she was doing an excellent job. He looked to the side and saw a bony hand descending on him. But June didn't even move and slipped through the monster's fingers. He picked up the sword lying on the ground and kicked it. The discipline skill enhanced all other skills. Simple as that. June balanced the sword on the tip of his foot and then used hyper-acceleration. The sword turned into a deadly weapon with enormous energy and destroyed the giant skeleton. Then he turned to Peter. The monsters were dealt with. It was time for the cleaners. Peter appeared by flying to the battlefield with the help of a drone. After all, men are more like children. In his hands, the foreman held a new cutter that easily crushed the bones of skeletons as if they were plastic. These were excellent nippers, but also expensive. Shirley reported the next dungeon as soon as they finished this one. People and equipment were sent there in advance. Peter dreamed of keeping these nippers for himself. They were too good. June was pleased. At this rate, they were guaranteed first place. It is not surprising that we came in second place based on the intermediate results. The secretary reported to Fox that the second team was closing the gap. Wolf couldn't take it anymore and slammed his fist on the table. He didn't understand what the hell was going on, and it was all because of the refusal to raise his salary. After cleaning up, Shirley had to rip the wire cutters out of Peter's hands because he had glued himself to them. The first task force also worked under intense pressure. Fox was in charge of their work on site, but all he could do was shout and swear. His cleanup team was exhausted and working at full capacity. The second task force was doing better, since they were led by the all-knowing Jun. He stood in the rear and gave valuable advice while the others worked. They did a quick cleanup so the cleaners had enough time to finish the job on time. The third group had a freelance hunter, helping them with the cleanup. And so on the third day, Team June beat Team Fox, and Wolf was furious. The secretary reported to them that the groups of hunters and cleaners had united, and the rear was covered by the support department. Wolf understood who was behind this. The CEO himself and Shirley, although they were not happy with the first group, would not have done this to the face of the association. But even if he was involved, this kind of interdepartmental cooperation was extremely effective. The secretary feared that in the overall standings, the second group would take the lead. Wolf demanded that the oxygen supply to competitors be cut off by any means necessary. The head of the Department for Control of the Work of the Squads, Chuck, had no choice but to agree. Wolf ordered that no further permission be given to clear the dungeons. They must stop giving jobs to the freaks from the second group and others. The cleanup was complete, and Miranda suggested taking another dungeon, but June said 5 a day was enough. They had to save their strength for the final push, June said, turning to the reporter and asking if it was a good job. Cutters can easily cut up monsters and drones do disinfection. Such work is feasible for everyone, but the journalist looked skeptically. After all, the equipment would have to be returned, and then June grabbed him by the shoulders. The cleaning department needed new people, and June asked for a little help. They've gone this far because of this guy anyway, June thought. Shirley got in touch and said she had some urgent and important news. They just received word that the first task force had been granted a license for the entire remaining dungeon. The second problem was that there were 3 times more hunters in the first group than in the second. The rest of the cleaners can't cope, but they just follow orders. As always, they saved on them and carried out this work on a residual basis. With this scenario, June's team was losing. They simply had no chance to overtake the first group. Those at the top understood that the time for cleaning was limited, and they might simply not have time. But they didn't care, and besides, June's group also had to clean. Shirley asked what they should do. Everyone looked puzzled. If they didn't take first place this time, they wouldn't get a raise or a good article. They couldn't fail this thing, thought June. He understood that the first group would soon reach its limit, and then they would have a chance. However, the problem now was that some dungeons might remain uncleaned, and even a mask wouldn't protect you from poisons there. The cleaning schedule could go in one place, and you will also have to clean the dungeons where monsters may remain. This wasn't scary for June, but the same can't be said for the others. After discovering 3 uncleaned dungeons, Bear began yelling at Wolf for this miscalculation. He ordered the secretary to contact Chuck, who was in charge of controlling the squads. But then Shirley came through the door and told them to wait. Bear reminded her that he had asked her not to come here after hours. But she replied that she came on business and he need not worry. Then her father reminded her about manners when talking to her boss. But Shirley just laughed. This man didn't even wash his own dishes. She suggested that he not make a fuss about the unexplored dungeons, although they posed a serious danger. Shirley said that her group would deal with the uncleaned dungeons, although she didn't like the idea. But that was the order of their leader. And June also asked her to tell him that even though they had lost the battle, they had not yet lost the war. She grumbled that the men should meet themselves, otherwise she was tired of working as a postman. Holding a toilet brush, Shirley said that she had a lot of work. Bear thought it was all a funny joke and laughed loudly like a bear as usual. He realized that June was going to beat everyone next time. He was the unofficial leader, and he also made Shirley do the cleaning. Bear then demanded that his secretary convene a disciplinary committee. He left work satisfied because the cleaners would definitely deal with Wolf this time. Wolf gritted his teeth, realizing that he would be skinned for this mistake. He asked the secretary what would happen if he stopped the operation now. He replied that this would cause a storm of indignation, not only among the hunters but also among the directors, who were now enemies of everyone after their antics. It was too late to fix anything now, and Chuck thought that he had been wrong to follow Wolf. But then another bespectacled man burst into the room and said that they wouldn't have to stop the raids because June's group was busy cleaning up. If so, then there was nothing stopping them from cleaning anymore. Chuck was surprised by such a change because they were competitors. This was lucky because the second group could not participate in raids, which meant that the first one would win, and there was no need to worry about cleaning. But only Chuck realized that they had been robbed of their chance to make amends. Wolf realized they had screwed up big time and was in shock. Shirley asked Miranda why she could cut the monster, and she explained that brute force wouldn't help. You had to cut in the right place. Now Miranda had to wash the blood off the knife, but she promised to help do it right. She placed the monster sashimi in front of Shirley and said that for a first-timer she was doing well. Shirley was surprised where the head of the hunters got such knowledge, and Miranda told how she helped them at one time. And then Shirley was upset that it was without her, and now everyone was doing a good job except her. But then she smiled and said it was just a joke. Miranda thought this girl was weird. June came up and said that it was time for them to wrap up, because the dungeon would soon close. Miranda praised him for his excellent work. Everyone did a good job. She noticed the worry on his face and asked what was wrong. June felt guilty because he had promised everyone first place, and now they had to back down after putting in so much effort. Miranda was surprised that he was so worried about them, realizing that June was not as insensitive as he sometimes seemed. Peter told him not to worry because without him, everything was exactly the same, only worse. Any squad that wanted to take first place would go first to the cleaning squad. Miranda said they still had a lot to do, June agreed. They now had 4 times more work. They had 3 weeks and they couldn't stop. Shirley was also working the night shift. Jun listened to their cheerful speeches and felt encouraged himself. Everything wasn't so bad. Bear was waiting for them at the exit. He laughed as if there was something funny. The association already knew what had happened and that their team would not get first place. The control room has lifted all bans on the cleanup, the CEO reported, and June perked up. Now they were in second place. The first group was more than twice as ahead of them in terms of the number of dungeons they had completed. Even 2 days without work and they still remained in second place. The group was happy, but June understood that he would not open a new skill if it continued like this. The journalist said that he would not lie to the readers, that although they had lost, they had won in their own way. And June became even more angry. Bear noted that if it weren't for them, something irreparable would have happened. And now he planned to bring Wolf to justice to the fullest extent. And he suggested that June run into the office when he had a free minute. June understood, since it was obvious, that a reform of the headquarters was planned, and it was better for him not to go there. Peter praised everyone again, and they wished each other a good journey. But Shirley stopped them and said that after something like this they needed to have a party. Asel and Peter pounced on Jun to go with them, and hoped that he would not abandon them again. Jun sighed heavily. It was not easy with such a clingy crew, and he agreed. After this, everyone drank tea and began to behave in a relaxed manner. After the last incident, a disciplinary committee was assembled. Even the name sounded boring. Fox justified himself by saying that he did not force the first group to push so hard that they volunteered themselves, and he received a warning. But Wolf had to justify himself by saying that he wanted to make the first group an elite squad. But he couldn't even imagine that things would go so far. Chuck, who had been reprimanded by Wolf, contacted June and said that he would like to apologize to him personally. That's where it all ended. He came to the meeting and asked why he was called. Shirley called him shameless because June never gave her the award for their work together. June stated that he thought she was sincerely helping him and not out of self-interest, which immediately infuriated the girl. Then he asked her if she had helped him at her father's request. But Shirley replied that she had her reasons, and June said that was good. But here he screwed up because Shirley told few people in the association that the CEO was her father. She assured him that after what happened, the employees would definitely not be left without attention. June replied that he had gotten involved in the hunters' squabbles without asking and helped Miranda, but in the end it was worth it. But then Shirley explained to him that the object of envy was not the second group, but his cleaning squad. She told him that second place was a great result. If it weren't for the ban, they would have taken first place. But what is more important is that they managed to unite their ranks and throw all their efforts into cleaning. And everyone in the association was amazed by this, because usually no one thinks about cleaning. Shirley also contributed to maintaining the association's image, but June still didn't understand how this related to their agreement. And Shirley said the association would hire another cleanup crew, a 6th cleanup team. This incident has made it clear how important the cleaners are, and preparations for the formation of a squad are already in full swing. And then Shirley went back to her reward. She wanted June to select people for this squad. He was surprised because he was an ordinary cleaner and had no authority, but Shirley objected that the group leader could make the selection. Now she told him the most important thing that she had saved for the end. He had been promoted. June didn't understand how a person who had only worked there for 2 months could rise in rank, and what would happen to Foreman Pack. Shirley said they had a new position, a cleaning manager. And Peter would take this new step in the hierarchy of cleaners. June was surprised, because even the hunters did not have a manager. Shirley initially wanted to promote Jun to manager, but she knew he would refuse, just like now. June thought that becoming a foreman wasn't that bad. He just needed the status to unlock the skills. However, being a squad leader is an extremely boring position for Jun. But he changed the subject and asked Shirley what she had to do with hiring employees. But she replied that she had nothing to do with it. But the girl reminded Jun that he himself wanted new employees to join them. He should take a closer look at his surroundings, she added. He could choose employees from private firms or hire them from an advertisement. June replied that there was no need for that. because the newcomers would soon ask to join them. June asked the journalist to write a decent article to present their cleaning department in the best light, and hoped for it. Shirley knew the article had already been published, but June knew nothing about it, even though he had asked the journalist to contact him. However, when he read the contents, he became furious at this nonsense. The article talked about the daily life of cleaners, cutting up monsters and working with poisons. The work is exhausting and high intensity. You might think it's a virtual game, but it turned out that dismembering corpses and cleaning everything is not all the cleaners' work. Due to the hunter's heavy workload, Jun led the teamwork with other departments. The cleaning team is not just a cleaning team, it is the backbone of the entire organization, ensuring the efficiency and quality of work in the dungeons. The association's hope is the planning team, which is why they need the most talented workers. And although their salaries are low, they have no shortcomings, despite the fact that they are considered reserves in the organization. Jun was described as an excellent leader and the soul of the company, a man who looks to the future and a leader of this era. When asked what nonsense he had written, the journalist sent him a heart. Shirley asked him how he liked the article, as it was better than expected, causing June to clutch the phone tightly. People's reaction was also good. They thought that the cleaners were also an operational team, and people gradually began to sympathize with them. She told him that no one had applied yet because the article said the skills required were outstanding but the salary was low. It was enough to keep everyone from rushing to work, and June screamed. Fox was surprised to learn that June had been promoted to manager. Wolf added that a new position had also been created for a cleaning manager, and it was obvious that the only one who could do it was Director Bear. Wolf said it gave them a headache. No matter who took over the new position, the real power would be with June. In addition, a sixth cleaning group was created, which increased the proportion of cleaners. Wolf decided to have the new squad displace June's group. Then they will put in place their own person, more suitable than June, as the leader. After all, he even influenced Miranda, and she now helps him, so now they wanted to create their own cleaning team and increase their influence. Fox recalled that they had been told not to contact the cleaners again, but Wolf said that if they brought new people into the association, all was well. Moreover, some were also targeting leadership positions and were on their side, and were looking for people in private organizations. A month ago, a vacancy in the cleaning squad would have been of no use to anyone, Fox thought. But this made sense. Now the people responsible for monitoring the squads, and not just the support group, wanted to unite with the cleaners. It all depends on who will be put in charge of the cleaning squad, and then their opposition will be able to gain the upper hand. Wolf clapped Fox on the shoulder and asked her to find someone among the hunters, and he himself would do the same. He insisted that it was just cleaning. It was important that the person had experience working in dungeons. Wolf hoped to find a young, strong guy who would be stronger than Junu, and then see who would be better. He reminded Fox that they couldn't lose this time, even if they had to fight. Jun drank coffee and thought that a lot of time had passed since the last raid, and he had had a lot of fun then. Miranda didn't understand whether June had friends to say that, but she kept silent. June became the leader of the squad after 2 months of work. Others might not understand him and not accept him. Miranda also insisted that he shouldn't have remained a rank-and-file cleaner and asked him what about the newbies. But Jun smirked and said he wouldn't do it. He couldn't find any workers, although he justified himself by saying that he had someone in mind. And Miranda realized that June had no friends. June just didn't want to work. After the last marathon, the skill unlock conditions would still be met, so why bother? Miranda asked him if he were to hire a worker, which one would it be? June replied that it should be a docile, good-natured guy and imagined a kind of butler. Miranda was surprised, and June asked her who she would choose. And the girl said that she would like a fair employee who would take care of his people like June. While they were talking about all sorts of nonsense, someone came to June. It was Chan from the control group, another of Wolf's mutts, Jun thought, and even felt sorry for the guy who had been reprimanded for nothing. Jun asked him what brought him here, and the boy cleared his throat before answering. He grabbed June by the shoulders and said that he absolutely had to recruit people for the 6th cleaning group. He warned him that Wolf and Fox wanted to assemble the 6th cleaning team from their own fighters. June told the persistent Chuck to back off because he was pushing him and shouting that he came to help. Chuck explained that now all eyes were on a new squad that didn't exist yet, but everyone wanted to grab a piece of the influence. June realized that now everyone was ready to tear each other's throats out for their squad, and Chuck added that they were looking for another guy to take his place. June wondered why a man with such skills would join the cleaning squad and realized that they were trying to corner him. So he had to train people himself, and Chuck gave him a list of the best employees for this role. Jun didn't understand what the rush was about and asked if he just needed to choose from the list. Chuck warned that even though he had been promoted, the new squad could become a threat to Jun. But even so, Jun still didn't want to do it, and he didn't understand why Chuck cared so much about the fate of the cleaners. Jun brushed aside all the warnings. He didn't want to do anything. Chuck was surprised, because the other team members would be happy if Jun himself took care of their selection. He still thought that it had nothing to do with it. But then it dawned on him and Jun slapped himself on the forehead. In an instant, he rethought Chuck's words and said that it was a tempting offer. He immediately beamed with joy because the matter had moved forward. The whole point is that the system lured him with another skill unlock if the workers are satisfied with their work. Some boy held his nose from the stench in the room, but even that didn't help. When the body in the pile of rubbish made a sound, he exclaimed, because he did not immediately notice that there was a person on the sofa. He screamed at the body of indeterminate gender, saying that just because he was fired was no reason to live in a garbage dump. But then the girl said that she came across an interesting article about how a squad of cleaners led a joint raid. The boy was taken aback and asked his sister with concern if he was going to join the cleaning squad. Her name was Chloe. She was a former employee of an international organization and had been looking for an interesting job for a long time. Now Jun was puzzled about how to increase job satisfaction among his employees. Their motivation to work is directly proportional to their salary. But they will never see good working conditions, nor will they be treated with respect for their participation. Working as a cleaner didn't seem like a positive thing to do, and Jun didn't know how to do it. But if you form a new team, the work will go better. The main problem is the mood. A person who sets the tone for the entire team understands its needs well, and the new team needed such a person. The cheerful Peter always came to mind, but instead I came across some gloomy guy. He said he had a rough idea of what they were trying to do and said it might be worth considering. He was no longer a member of the guild and currently had no job, but Jones said he wasn't asking to join them. He just wanted some advice over a cup of coffee. He stunned the gloomy guy. Jun wanted to know which guild was best for finding people, whether rank and experience were important for hunters, and he offered the man a job as a hunter. But then the man couldn't stand it and shouted at Jun, because he was some great someone. He wanted to promote the association and said that Jun would regret it, but he muttered that he already regretted coming here. The former hunter muttered that they would meet soon, and Jun didn't understand who he was pretending to be, having only the highest rank. Past candidates were divided into two types. The first were excellent hunters. The second ones are complete idiots who thought they were cool enough to get into the cleaning squad. Jun didn't understand why everyone was rushing to them and why they gave him this list. Then Shirley called him and congratulated him on his success. She was happy to dump the job on him. She told Jun that there was an interesting lady waiting for him. Her name was Chloe, and she suggested returning to the office. Jun even asked again when he heard this name. A pocket girl stood in front of him and introduced herself as Chloe. She had not known what a comb was since birth. Jun looked critically at this walking misunderstanding that wanted to be a cleaning worker. Shirley asked Jun how he found this young lady and persuaded her to come to them, but the guy had nothing to do with it. Melkea recognized Jun and said that the rumors were true, but in real life he looked even cooler, and he suggested they start. Jun didn't understand why she should go into cleaning if she was a hunter for an international organization. She should go into the operations department. But the girl directly admitted that she had been deprived of her hunting license. She didn't know how to do anything else, and she couldn't work as a hunter. And she came to them because they were doing something similar. Jun agreed. Of course they were looking for people, but he wasn't sure Chloe understood what the cleaning department was doing. Jun didn't care about the reasons why Chloe's license was revoked. She replied that in her country, cleaners scrub floors until they shine. A very dull job. Jun realized that she understood, but Chloe interrupted him with an excited cry. After all, in this country, cleaners are involved in coordinating special tasks and participating in large raids. At first, Jun thought she was crazy, but then he realized she was just reading an article about them. And he was quick to disappoint her, because they were exactly the same cleaners as in her home country. Chloe said that she had heard these words before in her home country. Contrary to rumors, the operational department is busy with trivial things and the salary is low. She was sure that this was all just a ploy to weed out the fools and it wouldn't work on her. Jun realized that the girl was a bit of a wimp, but she had colossal experience. She worked for the association and had the highest rank in the world ranking, the ideal hunter. But there was a nuance that her skills had nothing to do with the work of cleaners, so there was zero use from them. Chloe was just like the rest, good skills and self-esteem that could prop up the sky. Besides, she never understood what the cleaning department was doing. She was talented, but didn't fit in with them. June studied Chloe for a long time while she just sat there with a stupid face. And then he remembered that Alex's sister from the international organization had come to see him. And then he decided to test his guess and asked if she had a brother named Alex, which stunned the girl. Chloe perked up and asked him not to tell her brother that she was there, and June realized that it was definitely her. Since her brother worked on the crew, Chloe would not be prejudiced against the cleaners, and she had the skills. But then Alex burst into the office and called his sister crazy. She couldn't even clean up her own dishes, and she came to work as a cleaner. Chloe grabbed her brother and yelled at him too, because he told her to find a job. But Alex didn't understand why she came to him. The next day, June sat on the hiring committee with other HR managers. Director Wolf also looked menacingly at the future employees. June didn't belong here, but Shirley insisted that without a rank-and-file cleaner, no one could be accepted into the new team. June didn't understand why it was so difficult to hire someone to work as a cleaner. In addition, you need to choose between high-class specialists, first-rank hunters, former group leaders. A former member of the international organization, he looked at Chloe. Shirley insisted that they didn't have much time, and Chloe seemed like an interesting person to her. June really wanted to choose a man. Even though he looked strange, it depends on how you look at it. Then the HR manager declared the interview open. She gave them the task of imagining that during a raid, they encountered a monster that they could not defeat or pacify, and to name their actions. The blondie said that if this is a multi-zone dungeon, we need to reconsider the strategy and break contact to avoid casualties. But the second candidate objected that abandoning the strategy would mean financial losses, and that it was necessary to request assistance and continue working. Director Wolf's third protege stated that it was possible to cooperate with another team and reduce losses. June thought that the last one gave the most correct, almost perfect answer. The last to speak was Chloe, the shaggy monkey who shifted uncomfortably in her chair. Everyone was waiting attentively for her answer, since she is a member of an international organization, albeit a former one. She said that the cleaners are the last to go underground, and if there are any monsters left there, that means the task force was wrong, Chloe said. But in any case, she will simply kill the freak, the madwoman declared boldly. There was an awkward silence during which everyone realized what kind of fruit she was. June smiled. What a quirky lady. Where did she come from, he thought. Asel, who came to visit Miranda, asked if it was true that all the candidates for cleaners were former hunters. Shirley said that was true, but it didn't mean anything, because they were aiming to be cleaners, and added that everyone wanted to find the second June. Miranda remarked to this that June was unique, and it was impossible to find a second one. Shirley replied that it was all management's fun. They always copy something popular, the cleaners didn't care about it. Judging by the candidates for the squad, they are all nothing more than toys in the hands of the managers, Shirley said. Miranda was surprised that the cleaning squad had so many opportunities. That was why Shirley sincerely wanted June to win this fight. His candidate was trustworthy. Both girls wanted to know who June had brought, whether they were talented, and Asel was concerned about the gender of the new employee. Shirley was surprised by this reaction and replied that she herself knew little. And she added that candidate Juna is an extremely strange girl. Chloe said that she doesn't need rules. If she sees a target, then the target is finished. She didn't need equipment. Chloe was dismissive of all the made-up rules. She didn't need permission if someone's life was at risk. June grabbed her head. All her answers were in this spirit. One could only be amazed how she was accepted into an international organization at all. In principle, June didn't care whether the girl would pass or not. There was a more important problem. Now, in the eyes of the commission, Wolf's protege was the most desirable candidate. He wouldn't bring any benefit to the cleaning team, and they wouldn't work any better. For Jun, this was the worst option. And then he wondered if they could take no one. The HR woman turned to June and said that if he had no questions, they could finish, but the guy did. He asked them how many pieces a centipede could be cut into. After all, they weren't recruiting dancers. He needed employees who understood the process and could ask them directly about future work. And from the deafening silence, he realized that no one among the hunters knew this. He moved on to the next question. If the blood of a monster and a human were to mix, what was the best way to wash them off? Not receiving an answer, June stood up and said that if they didn't know the basics, then they weren't interested. He told them straight to their faces that none of the candidates were suitable for the position. A dummy of Wolf approached him and asked if it was worth making such harsh statements. June replied that even if he made a rash decision, there was a reason for it, and he voiced it. The dummy said that June had turned everything upside down and grinned cheekily. He laughed and told the cleaner not to forget his status because his voice meant nothing. June wondered if he really sounded that radical and didn't notice Chloe was there next to him. She crept up so quietly that he was frightened when he saw her nearby and asked him what it was. He could have warned her that there would be such questions. They praised this organization to her. That's why she came here. June answered directly that, although he was not sure, in her home country they hardly hired incompetent employees. If she wants to become part of the squad, let her prepare. But if she came to the interview just for the sake of it, be prepared to be smeared. He asked her if she thought the cleaners were just lazing around. June told her that if he had his way, he would have thrown everyone out. They were lucky that the interview was rescheduled, and he told the girl to prepare at least a little, otherwise it would be better not to come. In the evening, Chloe was angry because of the insult inflicted on her and her hurt pride. For the first time in her life, she experienced such humiliation. The unfeeling Mop King made her very angry. Alex yelled at his sister who was destroying his pillow to calm her down, but Chloe called him the King of Rags. Alex shamed her, because these were words addressed to someone who cared about her, and added that she should be grateful that she was not humiliated in public. Alex explained that the thing is that when it comes to work, June becomes a completely different person. He called his sister a fool for thinking she would get away with it. But Chloe muttered that it didn't matter anymore, because they hated her. And Alex asked what about the next interview, and the girl replied that she didn't care. Alex told her to think about it because if she passed, she would have to do cleaning, which is incompatible with her. But then there was a knock on the door. Alex hadn't ordered anything and wasn't expecting guests. But it turned out that Asel came to see him, accompanied by Miranda. Alex was surprised that two girls showed up at his house at once. They said that they wanted to help him, or rather to help Chloe, which greatly surprised the girl. She looked at them in surprise and asked why they needed to help her. Miranda replied that it was because of the practical part of the interview. The whole team showed up with them to instruct Chloe. Alex grumbled that there wasn't enough tea for everyone, and the kitchen wasn't big enough. Chuck stepped forward and decided to explain what was going on. In his usual manner, he rushed at his interlocutor again and shouted that she should join the ranks of the cleaners. Shirley barely held him back. Peter promised to tell her about the cleaning process. Shirley kept trying to calm Chuck, who promised to commit suicide if Chloe did not join them. But then she felt pressure. People with high status came to support her, and she told them that she was not going to go. These words immediately left everyone dumbfounded and stunned. Then the day of the practical task arrived, and a group of people gathered at the gate for it. June muttered to Chloe that she had come after all when he noticed her, although he had his doubts. Chloe was indignant that it was possible to support her with a kind word. She was not here of her own free will. June didn't understand why she was so confident, because it was obvious that the girl hadn't slept all night. Chloe stated that she came to apologize, and Chuck gave her a robe. June told her that she would manage. Although in some ways he was right, Chloe grumbled as she got into the not very comfortable jumpsuit. But I was sure that she would take her words back. June was outraged that she addressed him informally since he was her boss, and asked whether in her country a boss was a friend or something. Chloe said she had been studying for a week thanks to some wonderful people. They asked her to keep it a secret from June. But June didn't immediately understand what the girl was talking about when the manager called her. Wolf said the practical training would take place in a real dungeon and would be supervised by judges. When they go inside, they will be given several tasks, and their grade will depend on how they complete them. He warned everyone to be careful and not to break the rules. One of the hunters asked if the dungeon was cleared, but Wolf replied that it was not yet. Since they were hunters, they should not have any problems with this. And then, with an air of importance, he ordered them to begin, as if this were the test of the century. All the cleaners took turns heading towards the open gates. They walked in single file, both candidates and judges without any fear of monsters. Fox stepped forward and said they were having problems. There was a call for help from Task Force 4, but there were no available teams. What should they do? He asked. The first to speak was Wolf's protege. With a serious look, he said that he would finish the task in 20 minutes and go to help. There were no objections. June noted their completely expected answers. Each of the participants was at the level of the group leader and did not want to give in on this task. June had already given everyone a minus because it was the wrong answer, and he was looking forward to rejecting all the candidates. But then Chloe objected. She said that 20 minutes would not be enough. Everything would need to be double-checked after completing the task. Wolf's protege stated that if they couldn't even handle that, there was no point in becoming a janitor, and the others agreed with him. Fox turned to June and said that the majority agreed to carry out a purge. Chloe even cursed under her breath, but she had to follow the will of the majority. But June was surprised that the former hunter understood the essence of their work. The rest made a big mistake. The practical test consisted not only in clearing, but also in the ability to work as a team, to assess strength. It was impossible to finish the cleaning in 20 minutes. The best solution would be not to rush headlong to help. June realized that in just a week the girl's answer had changed to the opposite. A huge monster suddenly jumped out at them from nowhere in the smooth corridor. The hunters immediately used their skills, calling upon abilities or weapons. The first was Wolf's candidate. He activated the ability of Rage. The blonde boy set his magic snake on the ogre and it bit him. Chloe jumped on top with her cleaver and activated the skill as well. But it was a simple blow to the monster's head. She didn't attack him with a weapon. The judges were amazed by her abilities because she destroyed a strong monster so easily. But Wolf immediately declared that the attack was weak for an international-level hunter, and the personnel officer echoed him. However, June noted to himself that her attack made sense and turned to the cleaning squad. Last night, a former hunter received a stipend for the head of the recruiting team. Wolf told him that some of the tasks for the newbies were prepared by June himself, and because he was a janitor, they could not know the correct answer in advance. Scarface asked what that meant. He thought his cleanup crew would be busy with more important things. Wolf said that this was indeed the case, but that it would only be possible after the interview and practical assignment were completed, which could not be cancelled. Wolf told Scar not to worry, because he called him for a reason, and suggested looking at it from the other side. These were the tasks prepared by Jun from the cleaning squad. The goal of the practical task was also indicated there. Wolf told him not to worry. This time, the Scar would cope. He smiled and said that it would be easy as pie, since he had such a trump card in his hands. June reported that due to the busy schedule of other squads, they had to clean up this dungeon themselves, and he warned that their time was limited. Scar grinned contentedly. He also warned them to think that all their allies were dead, which meant they were alone here. They clear out and clean the dungeon alone, June repeated, and the hunters shuddered. Scar lost his confident look, because this part was not in the mission. June told them to get started and to hurry, because they only had 20 minutes. The hunters were once again taken aback by the complexity of the task they had just received. Except for Chloe, of course. June smirked. Did they really think he would just leave the assignment sheet out in plain sight? Naive fools, he thought. June kept a countdown of the set time. The hunters worked until the very end with their work. The blonde boy was the first to give up and threw down the rag he didn't know how to work with. He failed the task. Scar was next, still looking confused. In the past, he was a guild leader, a first-rank hunter. He was #1 once, and now he has to scrub floors. They gave him 20 minutes and no help, he thought, looking at the available equipment. Turning to June, he shouted that this was a circus. The task was obviously impossible. Scar screamed in anger that he had not been warned and looked at Wolf and almost exposed their entire conspiracy. The other judges looked askance at Wolf, who looked away. Scar stated that this was not a beginner's task, and he would not do anything. And Chloe was outraged that he was grumbling even though this task was easier than hunting. June accepted his refusal, and Chloe stuck her tongue out at the indignant hunter. June approached her and asked if she would begin the task, but she did not answer. Since even Scar refused this task, June realized that she would also refuse, and decided to cross her out. But Chloe rushed forward accepting the task. She still wanted to hear an apology from him. Running up to the monster's carcass, she threw a bag of the remedy at it. Then she cut him with multiple blows of her cleaver right in the air. Then she began to cut up the carcass itself without slowing down. In this way, she simultaneously sprayed chemicals on the corpse and cut it up. June was amazed at how she simultaneously blocked the poison and blood from the corpse and did it efficiently and quickly. It was a professional level. Now he understood whose hand was behind all this and who trained her. Chloe, meanwhile, threw ropes with hooks on the end. They sank into the pieces of meat, and she pulled them towards herself in one fell swoop. June was again amazed that a task that should have flunked everyone could be completed when the little girl was so serious about cleaning. At this rate, she would complete the task. He was indignant because he thought of rejecting everyone. However, Scar literally beamed as he watched Chloe work, as if he had experienced enlightenment. Looking at Jun, he accused him that since he was the only one who knew about this task, he had warned Chloe. June, of course, began to deny everything, and Scar stood his ground, but then Chloe, who had finished her work, came up. She stood against the backdrop of a freshly butchered carcass collected in bags. The girl turned to Scar, and he told the brat to be more polite. Chloe told him to just admit that cleaning was beyond him, since it only took her a week to learn how to do it. Scar immediately lost his temper. Chloe continued to mock him and said that he is not as smart as he thinks he is. She thought he knew something because he had made fun of her so much before, but he turned out to be a dud. But after what she saw, she was sure that he had been fired from his post as manager for incompetence. But then Scar finally lost his temper. He was the #1 berserker in the country and immediately used his skills, unable to tolerate the insult. But Chloe was also a world-ranked berserker. He didn't know why she was kicked out of the association. Things smelled like trouble, and everyone tensed up, looking at the two hunters who could start a massacre here. Both did not want to retreat and attacked simultaneously, although Scar understood that he had underestimated his opponent. But their movements were intercepted. Jun activated his acceleration skill. He tripped Scar, and he ended up at his feet, and he simply asked Chloe what she was doing. Jun told them to calm down before they got into trouble. Scar told Jun to move his leg. He was surprised because a simple cleaner could not move at such a speed. Jun responded sharply that Mr. Cool Hunter had started it all and that he was simply defending himself. And he pressed harder on Scar and then again ordered Chloe to lower the weapon. After thinking for a bit and looking at her hand, the girl nevertheless put her sword aside. Jun announced to everyone that the test was over and there was no point in continuing any further. In the end, he did apologize to Chloe. He was rude to her during the interview. Even though she didn't show herself last time, today she showed her best. A great result, except for the outburst of anger. Chloe admitted that his colleagues helped her. It was a kind of cheating. Jun replied that it didn't matter who helped her, because in the dungeon she did everything herself, so everyone could be proud of her. Chloe sheepishly stated that she accepted his apology and that they would never see each other again. Jun was surprised that she didn't want a job, and Chloe said she only came to apologize. She said that it's always like this. You take a test and lose interest, and the work is dirty and difficult. With that, she said goodbye and hoped never to see him again. Jun gritted his teeth, not understanding what was going on in the little girl's head. The next day, Alex grabbed him by the throat and asked if he was crazy. What was he thinking when he took Chloe to them? She shouted while the girl read the association's invitation. The day after the exam, something unexpected happened. Chloe was glad she had gotten an apology, but now she was tormented by the question of who Jun was. He managed to block her berserker skill and do it in one move. She was amazed that some cleaner was capable of this, and she didn't understand why a person with such skills was sitting and cleaning. Chloe fidgeted with her pendant and thought that they would never see each other again. But then her phone rang, and the message said that she had been hired. The girl was alarmed. This was a completely unexpected turn of events for her. Some mustachioed guy at the association's headquarters was indignant that someone had not deleted some file even though he had ordered it. He didn't care about his assistant's excuses. If the file fell into the hands of journalists, there would be a scandal, said Jason, the manager. He shouted to his assistant, tormented by doubts, because if they already had the file, it was strange that there was no reaction. A couple of months ago, there was a small incident in which Chloe played the main role. When the monster attacked her, she fell into a stupor, but at the last second her partner managed to save her. However, now her hands were hurt, and Chloe noticed it. The evil monster again pressed on the two hunters, not giving them a moment's rest. Chloe said she would detain him and pulled out her cleaver. But her partner threw something into her hand, and Chloe barely caught it. It was a gold pendant. The girl told her partner that she had to survive and pushed her. She did this with a special skill, so Chloe flew away. All she could do was watch as her friend was left alone. Chloe screamed at her not to dare die and promised to return with help. She just smiled and said goodbye. The monster was already reaching out his greedy paws to her. Chloe got to the radio and called for help. She called the third group. But she was told that all the troops were busy and there would be no support, Chloe screamed at them, because they should have had people in reserve. Not even one person was there, and Chloe was furious at such negligence. Because of one person, they had to send people to a loss-making dungeon and spend the entire budget on this madness. Just one huntress cost them hundreds of thousands of credits, and as someone who profited from it, the boss thought she wasn't worth it. After the huntress died, so the money was a waste of resources, the management didn't care, and they falsified the report. But then Chloe went off the rails, and the boss took advantage of this and kicked her out. Then Jason thought that everything had worked out for the best possible reason. But then he found out that Chloe had taken with her a particularly important flash drive with documents that her dead partner had. If the facts come to light, the world will learn about the corruption and dirty dealings of the World Association. Because Jason had to return the flash drive by any means necessary, his assistant Eva suggested starting with negotiations. But Jason knew Chloe's character too well. She wouldn't say anything, and asked where she was. Eva reported that, according to the information, the hunter is working for the association again. Even though her hunting license was taken away, she joined the cleaners, and Jason was surprised that the crazy woman became a cleaning lady. And then he remembered that they were planning a joint operation with the regional department. It was in the Loop dungeon. Jason told Eve to contact the locals and make sure the operation took place. He was sure that he would get Chloe everywhere and laughed evilly. Everything went according to plan. Chloe had already been working in the department for a week, and June had received a new skill and could soon receive another one. Even though he became the leader of the group, no one cared about this position. Asel called him for help. Alex was outraged that after June's promotion he stopped working. Asel said that the monster had turned to stone and could not be cut. Alex kept teasing June by calling him a big boss, and he didn't understand why they were treating him like that even though he was the boss here. June thought that with the new position it would be easier to unlock skills. He was still a cleaner and had no influence on the decisions of the headquarters. Chuck called him and said that a new dungeon had appeared, which meant that the hunters and cleaners needed to team up. June wasn't free, and Chuck realized he needed to send 2 task forces, but that would throw off the schedule. June called Chloe and asked how she was doing. She had just finished and was on her way to lunch. June was happy about this and reported that there was a new dungeon that needed to be cleared as quickly as possible. Chloe was outraged that she was being harnessed like a horse again, but June replied that this was the way. There were no other groups for this. He added that if she couldn't, he would find someone else and realized that he had simply overestimated her. The girl could not withstand such a blow to her pride and immediately agreed. June assigned all the difficult dungeons to Chloe, thanks to which his squad no longer experienced overtime. By giving Chloe double the workload, June increased the job satisfaction of the rest of the staff, which was a plus for his new position. Peter's son brought him washed clothes when he was getting ready for work. The cleaner looked at his robe. It was very worn from many years of hard work and said that it was not worth it. He told his son that he was no longer needed. The boy was surprised and thought that his father had been fired. But everything was the other way around. Peter was promoted to a new position as cleaning manager. Now he has become an important bird for ordinary workers and an ordinary office worm for the corporation. The huntress read the leaf and wondered what to do with it. There was a meeting in the operations department recently and they made a decision. The hunters argued and said that everything was on schedule and their priority was to destroy the monsters. One of them hit June, who took days off whenever he wanted, and because of him, surgeries had to be postponed. They also heard rumors that Chuck had defected to June's side, although his job was still to keep an eye on the hunters, and he agreed. The hunters didn't understand why they had to adjust their schedule to fit the cleaners. Their schedule should come first, they thought. They blamed Jun for everything and were outraged that they now had to coordinate their schedule with the cleaners, and he was just a newbie. One hunter stated that all this chaos was due to the fact that some fool was put in charge. Miranda was indignant that this was going beyond all bounds and dismissed their claims, saying to look at the effectiveness. Someone shouted to her that she was in the same boat with the hunters and should be on her side, but Miranda put 2 thick volumes on the table. The girl said that the number of cleanups had increased by 1/3 this month. It was an incredible result. Their accusations were baseless lies. Fox spoke up for everyone and told Miranda that the month was not over yet, but that was not all. She asked them how many incidents there had been in the dungeons. Out of 100 pieces, not one. They not only began to work better, but also without force majeure. Miranda shamed them for calling the man who had organized everything so stupid. It was sheer stupidity. Even though many people didn't like Jun as a person, he was appointed by the management department, and they didn't dare question their decisions. Miranda didn't understand why the hunters refused to adjust their schedules to June's, even though they all worked in the same office. They started to put pressure on Miranda that she could do everything herself if that was the case, and they actually started a boycott. Since she was on the side of the cleaners, then let her adapt to them. But the proud hunters will not tolerate this, they sarcastically said. A new dungeon was discovered and they offered Miranda to clear it out alone. The meeting ended with the smug hunters dropping everything and leaving. But then a bespectacled man entered, an assistant from the control detachment, and he told everyone that they had received a call from the international department. Chad picked up the phone and said that the CEO was not in and had no right to change the schedule without his knowledge. He promised to send them the contacts when the director returned. The daring hunters were shocked. Chad told everyone that the internationals wanted to organize a joint cleanup and asked for permission. But since the dummies had just abandoned the joint raid, boycotting the cleaners, the task automatically went to Miranda. Chuck smirked and asked the proud and short-sighted if they wanted to fit in with the cleaners now. Fox answered for them and said that the second squad should go on the raid, but warned that the dungeon was not an easy one. He hinted that a separate person would be needed there to plan the cleanup. And Miranda realized that he had changed his tune as he went along. Chuck readily agreed with Fox and suggested appointing June to the position. This news doused all the proud and stupid like a bucket of cold water. And at this point, Chuck declared the meeting over. June looked at Chloe and asked if she had just finished. Chloe replied that he had no conscience. She was breathing heavily sitting on a pile of corpses. He asked her if she should use all her skills. She was obviously a berserker and could turn the monster into mincemeat with her powers, but Chloe countered that it would make it harder for her to clean up. June replied that it was an appropriate answer for the exam, but not for real work. June told her that cleaning always came first and cleaning came second, and Chloe was surprised that he wasn't on the side of the cleaners. But June was just doing his job. Chloe was surprised again. She thought he only supported his department. June asked them whether they had had lunch or not, and then told them to finish cleaning up here before going to eat. Chloe's good opinion of him evaporated like dew in the sun. But then a leader from an international association contacted him. June told Chloe that he had an urgent call and would not be able to help with the cleaning, even though he had promised to do so. And he ran away before the berserker started to rage. When he was alone, he asked them what they wanted to talk about, and the voice on the phone said that they knew about a new dungeon. They were a rare occurrence, and the internationals had little experience with them, so they proposed a joint raid. The loop dungeon was different in that if the monsters were not defeated properly, the entire dungeon would revert to its original state. The number of returns was infinite. If you didn't meet the time limit and fulfill the conditions, it might never end. Even in his past life, in order to conquer it, June had to go through this dungeon at least 100 times. It was pure hell. It was understandable why they were offered to clean it up together, and Jun should have been grateful for it. But these foreigners always meddle in other people's business. June was indignant. Under the pretext of gaining experience last time, they asked to go on a joint raid in exactly the same way. And then they secretly stole the time stone. Of course, this became known. And there was a scandal. The director took it out on June. And although the headquarters and the planning department were to blame for everything, all the dogs were hung on the hunters. He had been deceived that time, but now he knew their motives and had no reason to accept the offer. So June politely declined. Director James was surprised that he was refused. He said that he understood. The offer was sudden. He then added that he was ready to support this operation financially and promised to transfer the money to his personal account, effectively bribing him. June was about to refuse because he considered himself proud and incorruptible, but then he was promised 1,000,000 credits. The amount was so huge that he lost his breath and thought of agreeing. Then he read Miranda's message. She wrote that the hunters had boycotted and he had been appointed raid planner. June didn't understand what happened at the meeting, but eventually agreed to participate. James told him that the mission was difficult and that they needed to take a cleanup squad with them, one that could help them clean up. June replied that they had just such a one, and so that James wouldn't worry, he grinned conspiratorially. June realized he would have to change his schedule and take Chloe with him, and then he remembered that her former colleagues were coming. A week later, everyone lined up in front of the gates, and it was pouring rain, drowning out Miranda's words. She met a delegation of foreigners, and James answered something to her. The noise of the thunderstorm was echoed by sparks that shot out from the spatial rift. Asel was surprised that they had been standing there and solemnly enduring it for an hour already. June replied that this did not happen often and that there was much to discuss. Moreover, such a dungeon requires a special kind of preparation, because if you make a mistake, you can get stuck in it forever. June added that they had no guarantees that this would definitely not happen, and Asel was horrified. Alex asked why he was escalating the situation from the very beginning. After this, Asel would definitely have a hard time working. The problem was that international players could play a double game and were difficult to rely on. There was one hunter who went through this dungeon 1,500 times and eventually went crazy. It was a very dangerous task. No one had detailed information except June himself, who had already conquered him in the past. Of course, he could arouse suspicion if he knew something that foreigners did not, and Miranda needed to gain more experience. His main goal was to quietly obtain the Infinity Stone before a Titan could get his hands on it. But then a furious Chloe approached him and asked why he didn't tell her that they would be working with her former colleagues. But then Chloe would have refused the task, June thought. Alex and Asel were already making bets on who would win their duel. June said he understood her feelings but asked her to treat it professionally, although Chloe herself suspected her former colleagues. But even so, June told her that they should not cause any trouble during the raid. Chloe made him uneasy because he couldn't understand what she was thinking. And their temporary allies also clearly had their own plan for this game. If the operation went badly, Jun knew it would have repercussions for the entire cleaning department. The stakes were high, hard to find, easy to lose, like a second sock. He could lose everything he had worked on for a long time. James approached them and greeted the cleaners formally. They formally introduced themselves to each other and stated their names. James had heard of June's talents. Although he modestly brushed off the praise, Chloe looked at him with suspicion. The foreigner noticed Chloe and greeted her, who responded to his greeting gloomily. James said he was glad to see her on the team, but she didn't look happy herself. Chloe replied that there was nothing she could do about it. James wasn't particularly pleasant to her. He said that it is necessary to separate personal and work and expressed regret about his deceased friend. And then he angrily asked if she had taken anything with her when she left. Chloe responded coldly, "No," and James left empty-handed, saying they would talk about it later. He told Eve that the Infinity Stone was on her, and she had to get it by any means necessary. And he should deal with the data that the little shrimp stole, James said. Miranda announced to her hunters the start of the pre-clearance briefing. Today they had to enter the zonal, loop dungeon, even though there were not many of them. But working together, they should cope. Considering that the dungeon could return to its original position, they did not know how long they would be there, and Miranda told them to conserve their strength. They also had to keep in mind the demands of the international group. When everyone reported that they were ready, Miranda said to begin the operation. 3 hours later, she was fighting hard on the front lines, cutting down monsters. Miranda also gained new skills and was now doing better. She reported to him on the radio that she had destroyed the first boss. June praised her and told her to help the second group, ignoring the small monsters. Then June asked Alex how the cleaning was going, and he said that everything was fine. June reminded them to remember to write down the exact time and number of stitches. He instructed Asel to check the number of people and their status in each loop. He ordered that the corpses of small monsters not be cut up, but burned whole. And Chloe was tasked with making a map of the entire dungeon. With her skills, she should be able to handle it easily. The girl objected that this was usually the manager's job. June replied that it didn't matter and insisted on instructions. Chloe realized that she was being used and decided to take revenge when the opportunity arose, and June thought how he couldn't stand such smart people. The second group, led by Miranda, was engaged in cleanup. The foreigners were in the rear, and the cleaners were at the very end. At first, it seemed like the raid was going without a hitch, but June was very worried about the mustachioed and red-haired James. Some time ago, June noticed that his every move was being watched. If the goal was only the stone, there wouldn't be so much attention to him. But in any case, while he was here, the foreigners would not receive the stone, June was sure. Miranda stopped in front of the last room where the boss was. She checked the readiness of each hunter and gave the command to enter inside. But when they got to the big arena, the boss was nowhere to be seen. Miranda looked around. They were maintaining a battle formation of readiness. She told everyone to stay alert when she noticed something. Heavy steel spears of enormous size were flying at them from above. Miranda shouted for everyone to take cover, but the squad had already been scattered by debris. And then an armored monster of enormous size attacked the hunter, who was left alone. It was a sudden and deadly attack, and Miranda was left dumbfounded by the monster's strength. The huge giant grinned at her, holding 2 spears in his hands. James didn't understand why June was watching him all the time, so he couldn't do anything. He saw how this strange guy couldn't take his eyes off him. June was thinking about the same thing, that they were not taking their eyes off him, as if they were devouring him. James didn't know how to get rid of the vigilant cleaner when June tried to contact Miranda. But then some suspicious noise was heard from the other side of the door. He was told by radio that the cleanup was complete, and June didn't understand what was going on. The hunters were badly mauled, although they defeated the monster. June saw that they had their first victims, which shocked many. Miranda was crying when she turned to June. She just couldn't contain her feelings. It all happened too quickly, and she simply didn't have time to react. June realized that it was his mistake. He thought that 2 groups could easily deal with a strong monster, but he did not take into account the skills of foreigners. Moreover, a notification appeared that the conquest did not go according to the conditions, and the system declared a failure. Failure to comply with the terms meant that they would all now be returned. After that, they carried the fallen into a distant room and closed it. Everyone's mood became depressed. Foreigners also did not expect this, and even announced an emergency meeting. Since this was not a simple dungeon, the cleaners were covered and accompanied by foreigners. The second group of hunters was physically fine, but mentally crushed. Besides, Miranda had really aged, and that was really bad, because she was the leader of the squad. But the death of her subordinate hit her hard. June didn't want to approach her, but then Miranda herself approached him. The girl asked what the Atlantean golem's weakness was. June saw that she was furious and looking for a way to best get rid of this monster. It was good that they were in the ring dungeon. She would be able to destroy it sooner or later. But June gave her a painful flick and asked what was wrong with her. He reminded her that now she should think about the cleanup, not about revenge. As a leader, she cannot endanger the others. He told her to come to her senses and analyze the situation. It was her responsibility as a leader. Miranda laid out the information. There were two bosses, red and blue, without any special features. After they were defeated, they only lit up with bright colors, and that was it. June asked why the monsters were emitting color. Miranda thought that the system window was also blue. June told her that since there was no red light anywhere, it could be a clue, and Miranda realized that the golems needed to be taken out at the same time. When she realized what to do, she gathered everyone again for some quick instructions. This time they split into two teams and attacked simultaneously. After the bosses appeared, the connection would be lost, and so they had to finish within 20 minutes, although they were all exhausted, but the foreigners could help them. Miranda was confident that no one would get hurt this time, and both groups lined up at the boss's door. Miranda asked him how Chloe was, and June wondered what to tell her. Then, James asked to send Chloe with them. Because they were short of melee fighters, and she was already working with them, everything should go smoothly. But Miranda refused, because Chloe's license was revoked, and besides, she didn't want to let her go to her former colleagues, but the girl herself didn't care. June said that there was no need to worry about it because Chloe was much stronger than Miranda herself, although the girl was still worried. June told her to focus on the cleanup. They had no choice. They couldn't allow more casualties. The red golem attacked as they entered. As usual, it did so decisively and quickly. Miranda stepped forward and June ordered them to cover her. It's good that the team had archers, who were reinforced by priests. Now Miranda could not be afraid of sudden attacks because the monster was distracted. She struck at the very tip of his spear, making it more beautiful than useful and existing only in the movies. But then she froze, and everyone realized that due to fatigue, she lacked fighting power. The girl was wounded in the right arm, unable to withstand the giant's blow, which she could not have been exposed to at all. She hung in the air, completely defenseless, and didn't know what to do. The monster immediately reached out its greedy hands towards Miranda. But then a hero appeared and saved the beauty by making the monster burst into flames. Miranda thanked the hero for saving her. The teacher had never let her down before. June told her to take the sword, because the girl had to defeat the monster herself. And he added that she would let everyone down if she did not defeat him, although Miranda's right hand could no longer strike. June reminded her that she had been training her left hand all this time. June remembered that if this had been the Miranda he knew in his past life, they would not have had a chance of salvation. However, now he was a completely different person. She became his student in this reality. Miranda applied the skill. She became a true master of the sword, who fights equally well with both hands. A shadow loomed over Chloe as she fought alongside a team of foreigners. She had a hard time because she dodged the monster's blows in close combat, distracting him onto herself. Chloe yelled at Jason to work harder, or she would kill him after the fight. He stated that they were all tired and in a hopeless situation. Eva reminded the girl that there were only 5 minutes left, but Chloe already knew that. She knew that the mustachioed cockroach was lying. All this time his team was saving their strength. But the girl could not give up so easily. She activated her unique skill and decided to push harder to finish what she started. Jason smirked as Chloe played her trump card. June thought that this fight was a great opportunity for hunters to level up their skills and become unique. Despite this unique skill being able to be activated only once, June told Miranda to trust him and attack. Miranda did just that and boldly threw herself straight into the lion's mouth. She used her new sword mastery skill, which strengthened her many times over. A falling rain of many spears formed in her path. But Jun broke them all by dispelling the attack with his fire skill. Now the way was clear and he shouted to Miranda ahead. The girl did just that, bravely rushing at the monster. With one blow, she cut off his head, once again strengthening herself with the extermination skill, and knocked out a critical strike. The system reported that this time the conditions were met, and the cleanup was complete. Chloe on her side also completed the task in time. June asked Miranda how she was, and the girl smiled happily and replied that she would live. Then her restless team ran up to her with the same question. June received a message from the foreigners that they had completed their work and could move on. This is exactly what he was waiting for. And he shouted to the others that he would go and see for himself how things were going with the foreigners, using acceleration. Chloe asked what was going on. They definitely won't get away with this, even if they are international, she said. Jason threw Alex and Asel to the ground, and Chloe was too tired to fight. The sneaky cockroach replied that he didn't care, because dead men tell no tales, and no one would care about a couple of murdered cleaners. He grabbed Chloe by the throat and decided to ask her one last time, holding a knife to her throat, where she put the files she stole from them. Chloe replied in a choked voice that she had no idea what he was talking about. She realized that Jason was waiting for her to use up her skills. But Jason didn't even hope that Chloe would answer him, and promised to send him to his friends because they were colleagues. But then Jun appeared and used his skill to knock the knife out of the villain's hands. Jason turned to him, not knowing what to do because he was caught off guard. Jun knew they were on bad terms, but asked why they would attack allies during a fight. First, he had to get out of here, and they would answer for what they did later. He held Chloe under his arm. But then a ghost armed with a Gatling gun appeared in front of him because, why not? Jun sighed heavily. He just wanted to talk. Chloe screamed that they were in danger. Jason ordered to destroy the runts and open fire. The magicians who summoned a dead skeleton with a machine gun pointed the barrel at Jun. They began to pour fire on him as if from a shower. At such a short distance, accuracy no longer mattered. Someone asked Jason if it was worth doing, and he explained to the boy who had been dropped as a child that witnesses could not be left. But then they heard Jun's voice, wondering how much noise there would be if a couple of foreigners were gone. He stood in the middle of an ocean of flames and was not harmed in the least. Hunters, mages, and even a necromancer, there were about 36 of them, all of medium rank. But they kept their distance. Jun couldn't get his head around it, as if they were saving money. And Chloe asked why he was provoking them when he would have to fight alone. Jun replied that she was already boring him and that it would be better for her to keep quiet. But then Jason's assistant appeared. She grabbed Alex and Asel, who were unconscious, and said that first they needed to leave. Chloe didn't know whose side she was on and looked at Jun, who was preparing for battle. Juna told his opponents that keeping only long-range fighters on their side was suicide. One wrong move, and they were finished. The Berserker class would be perfect for taking them down. Jason shouted that there was no point in believing in these little things, because after activating the skill, Chloe couldn't come to her senses for hours. And Jun said that she could rest for now, and he grabbed a mop. Chloe didn't understand how he could think she could fight after resting, although he was not a fool. Thanks to the replica skill, Jun could copy others' skills for 1 minute, and he took her skill for himself. Now Jun himself turned into an enraged berserker with a mop and asked if they were ready to pay for everything. Jason told his men not to be afraid because they were only up against a janitor. He finally stopped understanding what was going on and how a cleaner could use such high-class skills. Jun somehow took away the golem's skill, polymorph, which allowed him to change the shape of his weapon. He applied it to his mop and duplicated it several times. Since he's a cleaner, it is time to remove all the trash from here, said Chistaman, and directed the mops at his enemies. They hit the orderly ranks of the archers and instantly scattered them. Jason shouted for his men to gather, but it was useless. Cleanman was already flying towards him on a huge mop like a snitch catcher. Jun hit the stupid Jason on the head with a mop as hard as he could, after which he landed between a group of hunters, none of whom had even a melee weapon for self-defense. Jun switched back to Berserker Rage, a skill that allowed him to deal blows by spending stamina. He then combined 3 skills at once, a retort, a boost, and a counterattack to give each villain a facial massage. And while they were falling like a sudden rain, he jumped up to the main bad guy, who had not received a spanking for bad behavior since childhood. Jun suggested that he clench his teeth harder, and the mustachioed man suddenly felt a desire to talk. Jun agreed, and they talked in the most intelligible way for bad guys, face down on the asphalt. On the ground there remained a flat, single-color carpet which, unfortunately, lacked a red tint. Jun rubbed his hand and grumbled that the bad guy liked to chat, but he got tired too quickly. Chloe couldn't believe her eyes. It wasn't enough to just copy a skill, you also had to know how to use it. Every move Jun made was perfect. Jun was so strong that he could easily stand at the head of the association. If he had been with her then, they would have saved everyone, Chloe thought. Jun pulled out another argument for important negotiations, in the form of a sharp piece of a mop. And Jason immediately capitulated. And although the scoundrel threatened that the association would definitely not leave it, Jun replied that they simply would not find out how exactly he died. But Chloe told him to stop and not to get involved with internationals because he could get hurt. But Jun just stepped on Jason's foot. It was a free boot massage. Chloe called Jun crazy because Jason was the head of an international organization. But the cleaner replied that cleaning was more important because he needed to be sure that he would not be disturbed again. And if this is how it needs to be finished, he added. Chloe was surprised because everything had already been done. Jun turned to Jason's assistant and told her to give back the Infinity Stone she stole and not lie anymore. The girl did not understand what it meant to lie again, and Jun realized that he had let it slip. He repeated his demands. He told Jason that he would try to discuss the fate of that file with Chloe. And then he asked the scoundrel what he thought about it. but he was already mad with pain. Jason's assistant gave the stone to June. There was nothing else she could do, and now they were done. When they left the dungeon, Chloe explained what happened to her friend and what files she had. But June found the evidence on the file less than convincing, and Chloe asked him how he knew about her friend. June brushed it off as Miranda telling him, and Chloe saying she was a good person who cared about the whole team. Then, the former hunter gave Jun the flash drive and handed it to him. He asked if she was sure that she wanted this. Chloe replied that it was a drop in the ocean. As soon as she arrived in this country, she contacted the media, and everything went wrong. The file contained a lot of data on corruption in an international organization, and no one wanted to get involved in such a scandal. One could even die for that. It was stupid of Jason to go to her personally for the flash drive. June said that he would sort it out completely. He said that he knows one skilled journalist. Once they got a knife in the back from foreigners, it still hurts. As expected, the journalist was happy to earn money and took the file for publication. This one file set off a chain of events that resulted in the raid that Chloe led being reconsidered. Jason's side confirmed corruption schemes in the organization, and he was sentenced to prison. His task force received the same charges, and their licenses were revoked. Governments around the world took notice of the misconduct and decided to get their act together. June was satisfied. Now there would be one less problem, he said. This was the second time he came to visit Miranda in the hospital. He remembered his past life. This time the huntress smiled, called him teacher, and was glad to see him. June asked her how she was doing, and Miranda replied that the surgery had gone well. At the hearing that June attended, his behavior was assessed as self-defense. He could have killed them. But fortunately, it did not come to that, he told the student. Given the circumstances, he realized that the support department had made every effort to ensure that Jun was released quickly. But they were unable to get rid of the internationalists. In the morning, they held a conference and apologized, trying to avoid consequences. Leading a large-scale operation, an accident, and with the leaders of other hunter squads constantly interfering, he and Miranda now need to be on guard. June expressed hope that she would not have to work while she recovered. He handed her the papers and said that she needed to rest for a while. As if repeating a scene from a past life, June ordered the envelope to be opened. It was her compensation for the accident, and he took care of her vacation so she could focus on her health. At the same time, he applied for a review of her rank, and Miranda, flushed with excitement, asked if she could do such a thing. Her comrades would not have died if she had lived up to her rank, Miranda said. But June asked her why she blamed herself when she had done her best. This time he praised his student from the bottom of his heart and said that she had done a good job. Miranda froze after receiving praise from the usually stingy and reserved teacher. To hide her embarrassment, she turned away. Someone called Jun and asked for a meeting, and he said that he had to go. Miranda told him to be careful in a polite way, and June didn't understand what it meant because they were alone, and she was in a hospital bed. But he didn't know that at that moment the girl's heart was pounding wildly in her chest. Shirley said that the popularity of the cleaning department among the people had increased incredibly after all the events, although June thought that this was abnormal. Shirley added that this is all that is being talked about online, and everyone was shocked by the intensity of the emotions. Of course, thanks to this hype, June enriched himself with new unlocked skills, such as fencing, summoning from another world, and Uriel's skill. In passing, he asked Shirley if she had done what he had asked her to do. She asked whether he was asking about compensation for the families of the dead hunters. The organization provided the funeral and paid compensation, so he didn't have to worry about it. She was glad that Jun restrained himself. Otherwise, there would have been more victims. No one would have dared to fight alone against an international organization. But they are lucky to have brave souls like June, Shirley added. She asked him to be more careful in the future since the public was watching him. June agreed. He didn't like fighting. Bear grabbed his head. There were more problems than he thought. June asked him if the international organization had started reporting on him, but that had not happened yet. But it could start soon. The board of directors took different positions. Some of them wanted to kick Jun out before anyone took action. Bear hushed up the matter, but it was too early to thank him because the issue could be raised again at any moment. Also on the agenda was something they had discussed a month ago, related to the international organization. A situation in which the entire board of directors was engaged in intensive negotiations with internationals, and June complicated everything. He said everyone was just waiting for him to slip up, and Bear added that they were in the same boat now. Since Bear closed the matter, he is now looked at askance, and June needs to be more careful in his decisions in the future. An inspection was scheduled for next month, Bear said, and although June promised there would be no problems, it was hard to believe. June thought that there were many people and problems that he had not known before. The previous him would not have been able to cope with this, but now he was confident in himself. Bear warned that all this time June was focused on personal growth, but now his strength alone is not enough, and they need to move together to survive. That's why the director directly asked June if he could help him. Bear promised that if June cooperated with him, he would be guaranteed not to lose his job, and might even get a promotion. Although June would rather be demoted, he now had many enemies and could no longer be a loner, the director warned. He reminded the cleanman not to let his guard down until the final decision of the board of directors, because he was their main target. But first, June wanted to hear the request itself, and the director said that it was not a difficult quest. June must convince the association's chairman to return to management, as he has been in hiding for over 3 years. Bear thought that Jun knew where he was, and he asked him to convince the chairman to return. The guy asked why he was assigned this. Who else should he have entrusted this task to? After all, June is close to the chairman, Bear said, and the boy felt dizzy. He had heard these rumors, but he didn't believe that there were people who believed them. But now it was clear why Wolf and Fox behaved this way. June decided to directly report that there was a misunderstanding, since he had no relation to the chairman, and it was Bear's turn to fall into a stupor. The director looked disappointed and couldn't hide it. He realized that this task was impossible for June. Bear then asked how many people knew about this, and June explained that the director was the first and offered to explain himself to everyone. The next operation will be assigned to June, Chuck said, after reading from the sheet of paper. This time the meeting of hunters had no objections, and the decision was taken unanimously, and the meeting ended. The attitude towards June changed because, after all the showdowns, he was simply feared because of his unpredictability. The board of directors was unhappy with the situation, and Juna would be discussed for a long time, although there were hopes that everything would soon be forgotten. But Chuck asked the bespectacled man if he thought they were safe. They could also become June's accomplices. And the bespectacled man asked what could happen since Jun was connected with the chairman, and no one would touch him. But Chuck doubted that this was true, and the bespectacled man was taken aback. He didn't even imagine that this could be a lie. Chuck whispered in his ear that it wasn't worth discussing here, and so loudly. During the last operation, Chuck spoke to some of the board of directors and no one knew about June and his connections. But since they were the second most influential directors after Bear, it was doubtful that they knew nothing about June. It's strange that they hadn't crossed paths before, or heard of him, and there was no record of June before he became a janitor. It was just a guess, Chuck said meaningfully, and he didn't notice how his story had gained another listener. It was Fox, who pretended that he had not been eavesdropping at all, but had simply forgotten his documents, and he jumped out faster before Chuck and the bespectacled man could catch him. They were horrified, having no idea how long Fox had been standing there and how much he had heard. Of course, Wolf soon learned the news that June was not connected with the chairman. He suddenly felt taller, as if his shoulders had straightened, and asked what they were going to do with this little rat. Wolf calmed down a little and asked to repeat this information to him, because he could not immediately believe it. He asked Fox if he was absolutely sure that this information was authentic. Fox placed copies of his personal file, certificates of family ties, a certificate from kindergarten, and a vaccination card in front of Wolf. Fox said he checked everything, even did a DNA paternity test. Now he was sure that June was not related to the chairman in any way. It was worth admitting that June was a talented cleaner, but it was unlikely that he was acting on the chairman's orders. And despite the major incident with the internationalists, the chairman still hasn't shown up. Wolf sighed heavily and agreed. It all made sense, but now he didn't understand why Jun was so self-confident. This cleaner was just playing with them like kittens, Wolf realized, and became angry. Wolf recalled what was said a month ago at the General Assembly. The point is that their local branch was planned to be bought out by international players. Fox was surprised because this meant they could transfer the rights to an international organization. Their local association was independent, and one of the largest, Wolf, was engaged in negotiations with other countries. Fox was amazed again. Those who are already close to retirement would simply take their shares and leave, but young managers and hunters would fall under the control of internationalists. The problem was the old chairman, who handed over control to Bear, who would never sign those papers. That's why Wolf did everything behind his back together with other directors and subsequently just wanted to put pressure on Bear. But that scoundrel June ruined everything by causing a scandal with Jason's branch, and now everything was not going according to plan. And this really angered one of the directors because if Wolf doesn't calm down June, he'll be left with nothing. Fox said he had no idea what to do or whether it was possible to pull something like this off without a chairman. Wolf said it would be easy as long as Bear had all the power. They had to try. although there was a chance he would be removed if the chairman returned. Wolf dismissed this. Why would they need someone who has done nothing for 3 years? Even the top management didn't know where this old man was. But since he had found out that June was not connected with the one-eyed old man, it was time to teach him a lesson, Wolf said. He called Director Rock, who was splashing around in the pool, and asked him to move up the audit schedule, which was scheduled for next month. Wolf gleefully explained that he had come up with a way to eliminate Jun and promised to send all the details in the form of a report. Rock was pleased to hear this and said that the entire board of directors was counting on Wolf. The villainous villain, holding a glass of wine in his hands, maliciously promised to do everything possible, and for success to reward Wolf with the director's chair. Miranda and her hunters were surprised by the rudeness of those who turned their office upside down. The inspectors filled her office and poked into every piece of paper. The cheeky woman asked Miranda if she was sure that all her reports for the last month were accurate. Miranda did not understand what they wanted from her and replied that everything was so. Then the auditor asked her who instructed her during the raids. The huntress replied that she was simply receiving advice, nothing more, and that this was before she was promoted to the position of leader. But the auditor said that everything was too suspicious and there were too many coincidences. The bespectacled woman asked Miranda meaningfully if she knew what would happen to her if she deceived them. The auditor asked how it happened that Miranda was entrusted with the last raid, although she can hardly be called a veteran. The huntress explained that everyone else had simply refused to participate, declaring a boycott. Miranda answered hesitantly that the others simply didn't dare participate, and if she spoke about June's role in this now, it would increase suspicions. The bespectacled one said that she had already heard about this from the other hunters. According to their statements, they were boycotting June, who changed his schedule. The auditor then suggested that Miranda was close to June, and the girl had no answer. During the raid, an accident occurred, and it was also the result of the instructions of the cleaner June. The red-haired beast continued to speak tricks. At this point, the audit ended. Having said some nasty things, the auditor left. Miranda couldn't do anything about this abomination. It was as if someone had put a knife to her throat. Shirley was also questioned. The auditors were concerned about why she had transferred so many resources to the second squad of hunters. She replied that it was just a competition and the support department was just doing their job. She was accused of choosing sides and disrupting the competition between the squads, although she should have remained neutral. The auditor asked her if the second group's result remained the same without her support. He, with a straight face, accused her of disrupting the work of the detachments. The cleanup department also gave Peter a hard time, revealing that he wasn't the one who drew up the cleaning schedule. Chuck also got it. He was asked what he was thinking, entrusting responsibility to the cleaners, and it is suspicious that all the raids were carried out by the second group. Chuck didn't say anything to avoid making things worse. It was obvious that the audit was biased and one-sided. Given the circumstances, they were working against the rules, the auditor said, and it all had to do with the cleaner, Jun. June just came out of the dungeon after cleaning and received a message. Shirley warned him that they were all getting chewed out by the auditors. An inspector with a stony face also came for June and ordered him to follow him. Almost nothing had happened in 2 hours, but to make such a fuss over one cleaner, June realized that they had prepared well. They checked everyone except him. It was a very dirty trick. June's phone was confiscated so that he could not contact the others. They decided to simply put pressure on his psyche so that he would begin to doubt others. Before him, they simply read documents for 2 hours. Anyone would have become nervous and thought about what awaited others and who would say how much. The longer a person thinks, the more he doubts that this was the auditor's calculation, and eventually the person breaks down. And when the broken man can no longer think clearly, he begins to say what the auditors want to hear and takes the blame on himself. But June just chuckled. He had dealt with people this way himself and asked the auditor why he was so confused. The inspection was scheduled later, but they showed up much earlier, and June said there was only one explanation. He asked casually how Director Rock was doing. His wife's birthday was coming up, and he had to decide what to give her. She loves champagne, and June might even be able to recommend a couple of varieties. The warden spoke up and said that June should be careful with his words. And now the more June remains silent, the more the auditor will think. Who is he? How much does he know? Or maybe he is just a cleaner. These are the questions that will be spinning in the auditor's head. Shirley asked June how. She was all worn out waiting for him to get in touch and was afraid that he would take all the blame on himself. June told her to take a breath and said that nothing had happened. Things weren't going well for the others, if not terribly, but Jun wasn't fired. That's the only good news so far. Chistaman agreed. Because the inspectors wouldn't leave them alone so easily, Shirley asked him why they were doing this. And June said it was pretty obvious, although he wanted to end it as quickly as possible because all the people associated with him were suffering. He added that he should just leave the association, and Shirley screamed at him. It was quite easy for Jun to get a job in any guild, just like Miranda. But Shirley reminded him that the cleanup squad would remain in the association, and it was unknown what would happen to them. Jun agreed. He was also worried about these people and the consequences. Jun realized he needed to take action and looked at his phone. He called Bear, who was equally concerned about the situation. Jun asked him what would happen if he gave the director a weapon. Would he use it? And then Bear replied that of course he would do it, and at that point Jun ended the call. Then he turned back to Shirley and asked if she was free, because they needed to go for a walk. The check was now over, and Jun told her to follow him. Considering what his past life was like, Jun was terribly angry at the current attitude towards him. They would have to pay for what they did. Shirley put on her suit and got behind the wheel, but grumbled that she was uncomfortable. Jun wondered why she dressed up like that, but the manager said that he himself asked her to do so, and did not understand why she was driving him around as a secretary. She brought him to the mountains because Jun didn't have a license and all he had with him was instant noodles. Shirley didn't know who the meeting was planned with, and she doubted that giving him noodles was a good idea. Having climbed the mountains, they found some kind of hut of an unsightly appearance. Shirley was quite tired on her way up and thought about doing some exercise. Jun knocked on the paper door and entered, but immediately stopped as a sword was held to his throat, and the old man asked who he was. Jun said he worked in the cleaning department and he had something to say, so he took the risk of coming to this place. Shirley was the most surprised of all, because it was the chairman of the entire association himself. Half a century ago, when dungeons appeared, there were no guilds or associations. Everything was started by 5 people who became legends in the world. At the cost of enormous efforts and a sea of blood, the association was created, and since then it has been headed by the chairman. He warned Jun that although he didn't know how he found him, he told him not to say anything unnecessary. Jun replied that he had bought the old man some noodles, and Shirley stared at him nervously. The chairman did not answer, and then Jun added that he was sharp. And then the old man asked how much time he needed. Jun replied that half an hour would be enough. Shirley tortured Jun. She did not understand who he was, since he was able to find the chairman, but was not one of his people. The chairman placed a bowl of noodles in front of them and invited them to the table. He said that in the old days when he went on raids he ate only noodles for months. Now he moved to this wilderness. No one knew about this place, and the chairman asked how Jun knew about it. Jun introduced himself again, stating his position, and replied that even if he told everyone, they still wouldn't believe him. The chairman laughed that a simple cleaner could find him. Looking at Shirley and hearing her name, he realized that she was the CEO's daughter. And then they got to the main issue. Jun told how the directors are preparing the merger of the association with the internationalists, and he said he wanted to stop it, that's why he came here. Then the chairman asked him what he had to do with it, since he was no longer interested in the affairs of the association. Although he founded it, half a century has passed, and at that time no operational departments existed. The association has long been living its own life. It used to be better. Either you would come out of the dungeon alive, or they would carry you out in their arms. The chairman fought for humanity, but now everyone is concerned about money. In any case, he no longer cared about the matter and told Jun to leave, at which point Jun asked if the chairman was ready to resign. Since he didn't care about the association, it was strange that he hadn't stepped down as head yet, Jun noted. He could just hand over the post and sit back in the wilderness, Jun said, and Shirley grabbed him by the hair to shut him up. The chairman got angry and replied that Jun was talking nonsense. It was surprising that he could become the leader of the squad at all. But Jun responded sharply, saying that nonsense is what happens in the association. Its primary goal is the safety of citizens, but those who work there are simply throwing dust in the eyes. They get what they want by any means necessary and stop at nothing. Jun asked if he still thought he was crazy. Jun told the chairman to stop saying such heartless things. No matter what the association is like now, if he doesn't care, he should just give up. If not, then Jun would leave. But he knew that the chairman cared. He did not leave his post because he still hoped to return. The chairman replied that he was still too old and the board of directors was just waiting for the moment to get rid of him. He didn't trust anyone. Jun reminded that Director Bear could be trusted. He could even hand over the chairman's position to him. But the old man said that Bear wasn't ready yet, and that teaming up with him was the only way to get things back to normal, Jun said. The chairman agreed that he believed Bear, but asked why he should believe Jun himself. Jun replied that he had received similar offers but refused, especially since he was planning to leave the association soon. The chairman suggested that it was due to pressure from the directors. June replied that it was, although it was not the only reason. At this point, he decided to leave, because he knew that the chairman was not one to hesitate with decisions, although he had not yet said anything. The chairman was surprised that June knew him so well, as if they were old acquaintances. Shirley asked him on the way back if he really wanted to quit his job. June didn't care about the latest events. He replied that even if he stayed, it would do no good, and he didn't have much time. But what would the others do? Shirley asked him. Jun waved it off because it wasn't his problem. He wasn't a mommy to interfere in everyone's lives. Shirley couldn't think of anything to say to this and looked at the cleanman's back. If he leaves, she will be lonely, the girl thought regretfully. The chairman read the latest news about June. He understood that the guy was crazy, but he didn't think that he was crazy enough to quarrel with internationalists. The boy was very strong. The chairman had never met anyone like him before. It is possible that even in the whole world one cannot find such a person. If he had met him earlier, he would have kept him close to him. The chairman looked at the framed photograph that stood in the closet. The associations were created to protect people from monsters, but ended up becoming a threat themselves. Power is in the hands of the operational department, the internal politics of the managers. He got tired of looking at all this, and the chairman withdrew. However, he still did not dare to leave his post. The rest was over, the old man thought. The hunters were meeting again, planning a joint raid. Chuck asked who wanted to participate, and was noticeably nervous this time. One by one, the squad leaders began to refuse this, citing a tight schedule. Everyone was busy and they turned the blame to Miranda, asking her to sort it out. The second squad was always ready to work. The hunter commanders looked at Miranda with malicious glee. June had not been in touch, and there were already whispers that the second squad was in trouble. The hunters laughed at who could trust the schedule to the cleaner and were endlessly clever. The rock director received information that June was alive and wanted to find out the details, interrupting his lunch. Wolf responded that June had most likely gone into hiding due to the inspections, and it was unlikely that anyone would support him again. Now all they had to do was resume the merger process, and Rock praised Wolf. The last problem was Bear, who might not sign the contract. But even if not, Rock had a plan, because Bear hadn't come to the meeting yet, and he was planning to bring up the issue of the CEO's resignation. Wolf asked what would be the reason for removal from office and learned that the term of office was about to expire. When the chairman is absent, his powers are transferred to the board of directors until his return. However, at the moment, the chairman has been absent for 36 years in self-isolation. Now the board of directors could decide that Bear had failed in his duties and vote to remove him from office. Wolf asked if they could do the same with the chairman, and Rock replied that he could also be put on indefinite leave. But there were doubts that other directors would vote for this, because they do not want others in the role of chairman and CEO. Rock claimed to have already taken care of that and told Wolf to continue working, flatteringly calling him director. Wolf asked who would become CEO. Rock said that he hadn't thought about it yet and was open to suggestions. Then, Wolf suggested Fox, who had good experience running an operations department and a track record, essentially the perfect puppet. Rock appreciated the joke and laughed sarcastically, not hiding his mockery. June would soon leave the association, and even if she stayed, she would still lose her support group. They were all on the verge of being fired. This is the end for them, and Rock will take the place of the leader of the entire association, and Wolf will be number 2. As June walked down the corridor, indignant cries were heard in his direction. The rats had become bolder these days. Along the way, he was stopped by hunters from Miranda's party, who were still loyal. But even among them, there was an opinion that it was better to stay away from him and not talk to him. Jun expected to be boycotted, but even the friendliest ones were now avoiding him. Miranda greeted him with a smile and dark bags under her eyes, evidence of lack of sleep due to nerves. June looked around at the mess in her office and realized that inspectors had been in the office again. June asked Miranda if she was mad at him, and she said she was a little. But the girl replied that it was not his fault because there were so many bad people around. June said that others didn't think so, and that was also the reason for her anger. While he was helping everyone, actually managing the raids, everyone almost prayed to him, but it was worth it to have an inspection. June was surprised that Miranda was saying this. He didn't understand when he became the boss. He told her that this was natural behavior for people, and besides, she had enough of her own problems. Miranda blamed herself for everything. June said that if she had time for self-flagellation, she would be better off sleeping or reading, and handed her a folder. This was a brief information about the future dungeons, and recommendations for clearing them for the year ahead. She could have managed without it, and June told her to think of it as a parting gift. Miranda thought something terrible, And June added that she should have felt it by now. The wind of change. Everything would change soon. And then everything will get even worse. So instead of waiting for someone to come to the rescue, focus on work. But then Shirley burst into the office, outraged that June was ignoring her calls. She informed him that the board of directors wanted to fire the chairman. June realized that their enemies had already begun their attack, and quite quickly. If this is true, then Bear will also be removed from his post. It's a matter of time. Rock has gone too far. At the meeting, they decided not only to remove the chairman, but also to immediately resolve the issue with the general director. The board of directors believed that the chairman was not fulfilling his duties, since he had not been in touch for 3 years. Then everyone voted without much discussion, and the mustachioed walrus announced the results. Rock was already winking cheerfully at his hangers-on, celebrating his victory. Bear understood that if the chairman was removed, he would be next, which meant that Rock would be the next chairman. The entire top management will change. Someone thanked Bear for his good work. Wolf told him not to be upset, because he would still remain with the association in the position of head of the cleanup squad. Bear looked sullenly at the blockhead, who did not hide his malice. All this time, the mustachioed man was dragging out a dramatic pause and heating up the situation. The majority of votes supported the resignation, and Bear, without waiting for the announcement, decided to ask what would happen if the chairman refused to leave his post. In this case, according to the regulations, his removal is impossible, the mustachioed man said, but added that it was too late. The votes had been counted. The rest of the littermates laughed because, in their opinion, even suggesting such a thing was stupid. And then the old chairman entered the conference room and asked if they missed him. The heating in the room could have been left unturned for another year, due to the heat emitted by the bottoms of the conspirators who had flown past. The chairman said that one cleaner whispered to him about dirty and very interesting deeds that were being carried out without him. And at that moment, everyone realized how badly they had miscalculated, but it was too late. The lie became the truth. The cleaners said that they wanted to distance themselves from the leader June, because all the problems of the other squads were connected with him. Chloe realized that while everything was fine, they doted on him. And now, they decided to distance themselves. She added that it was their decision, but warned them to be mindful of the consequences. The workers did not agree with her position. They did not consider themselves selfish. They needed to hold on to their jobs. Chloe stated that as long as they hid their heads in the bushes, she had pride and told them not to worry. She had a debt that she had to repay to June, so she did not leave his side for a single step. Meanwhile, the group of losers tried to collect their sagging jaws. The chairman looked at them with disdain. They were as vile as when he left, and he greeted Bear, noting that he had lost weight since their last meeting. And although he found out that June was not related to the chairman, there was no other way to explain this situation. The chairman grumbled that while he was away, they had done a lot of damage here, imagined themselves to be the bosses and appointed blockheads to key positions. Someone jumped up from their seat and asked them not to react so emotionally because they were acting according to the rules. The chairman told him that the rules were nonsense. They should have sent him a notice of suspension, but they did not do so. Rock recovered from the shock and objected that the chairman had been in hiding for 3 years and they simply did not know where to send the notice. But then the chairman noted that it was a simple cleaner who found him, which again threw the conspirators off track. Rock glanced sideways at Wolf. It became clear who would be blamed for all the blame. Here, Bear stood up from his seat and became indignant when he realized that the question of resignation had been raised without notifying the chairman. Then Rock, mad with fear, shouted that they even had the results of the vote and demanded that they be announced. But the mustachioed manager froze in place. Voting lost its meaning, since the chairman himself was already here. No one expected the head to show up, so now all the other directors got scared and blamed Rock for setting them up. Taking advantage of the notice excuse, the other directors immediately relinquished their voting positions. They immediately sat down next to General Director Bear and began to fawn on him, pretending that nothing had happened. It was clear that the board of directors' consensus had disappeared, and they began to argue and grumble like a flock of squabbling hens. Rock shouted again to the chairman that if he had any conscience he should retreat, because he had been hiding for 3 years and now he had appeared. It was somehow offensive. The chairman looked at the mustachioed man and asked him what they were going to do. Usatii, of course, was not ready to sacrifice his career in a futile adventure and declared the matter closed. The chairman slammed his cane on the floor and declared that he would no longer tolerate any rat who was only interested in profit. From that day on, he introduces a planning headquarters and carries out a complete reorganization, personnel purges, and Friday shootings. Turning to the CEO, he asked him if he could handle it. Bear wanted to jump off, but the chairman insisted that everything be done for the good of the association. Then Bear remembered Jun's strange question. If he gave him a weapon, would he use it? And then it finally dawned on Bear that the chairman was that weapon. It's no wonder they wanted to remove him from office. Loudly slamming the table, he announced that he would undertake reorganization and finally introduce executions. Asel couldn't believe her ears and asked to repeat it. She was again denied the right to use the canteen. Someone said that an order had come from above not to let the cleaners in, but it was not specified from whom. The team immediately began to drag June to another place. The food here was lousy anyway. But then Fox stepped forward, playing the mother of mercy, and asked to let them in, since they worked together. He smiled warmly and said that there was nowhere to eat at this time anyway. June asked him whose order it was, but Fox pretended not to know the details or names. He told them that other departments had complained about the cleaners smelling, which he thought was pretty accurate considering the work they did. June objected that the hunters were doing the same thing. But then Fox added that he was now in command of the second group. June didn't care, and Fox was surprised by his calm, because it meant that June and Miranda would be accused of abuse of power and suspended. June explained that Miranda had come up with the whole plan for that operation, and when everyone else had left, she turned to him. Fox was quite pleased to point out that June should worry about himself rather than others, as the cleaning staff would soon be cut and his chances would be poor. Fox contemptuously threw a radish at June and said that everything had gone according to his plan for too long, and now their time was up. The team was outraged that he, a grown man, was allowing himself to do this and was throwing food around. But then Fox turned the entire tray of food onto the table and called Asel a scrubber, and also declared that he would not grovel before the cleaners. He promised to throw them to the bottom if they said another word, and ordered them to attend to their direct duties. Fox maliciously ordered them to lick everything here, but he himself did not notice how a white fluffy animal crept up to him. When Fox saw the chairman, he was stunned. June muttered that the old man had arrived just in time. June noted that the old man must be tired, since the journey to the capital was not short, and the chairman said that he wanted to see him, and he added that he did the right thing by coming here, after which he issued Fox a severe reprimand. He reminded Fox that he should watch his language if he wanted to work for the association. Turning to Jun, he was surprised that he had let himself be offended so easily, but the boy said that the chairman was exaggerating. Then the chairman asked to inform him that if something like this happens again, it won't be difficult for him to throw out a couple of scoundrels. At this, the old man took his leave, expressing the hope of having dinner together sometime, and June wished him a good journey. The old man ordered his men to wipe Fox's face and put him away somewhere when he woke up. Alex grabbed Jun and started shaking him by the collar, asking who he was, and the chairman didn't understand why the guy was so friendly. Wolf managed to squeeze out a stingy, sorry, and bowed his head. He began to justify himself by saying that Rock had pressured him and left him no choice, and June answered meaningfully that he knew everything. Then the scoundrel was glad that they believed him, and thought that June would talk to the chairman. But June scratched his chin and was surprised, because it was not in his power. He was a simple cleaner. And then Wolf realized that his happy life had come to an end. But then the two-faced scoundrel fell to his knees, casting aside his pride, and asked him to understand and forgive him, only this time, promising to hand over his accomplices. June also knelt down to see those eyes, which were still insolent to the last. And he asked him why he needed information about Director Rocca if he already knew everything. He's just a janitor, June said again. And then Wolf sank to open flattery and said that June could handle dirt as well as monsters. The guy laughed. All this time he was considered a nobody, and now he was listed as an expert. June said that he still had much to do and would go, and Wolf asked him what he should do in a pitiful voice. June said he had no idea, but he whispered, "Seppuku." Wolf threw a pile of papers in Fox's face, angry that he couldn't get through to the chairman. Fox made excuses that he was told that these were the chairman's contacts, and then Wolf asked how he knew about this. Even the board of directors didn't know, Wolf shouted, not understanding how Fox had gotten the number. According to Jun, he was in no position to ask the chairman for anything, but in the dining room it seemed like they were old acquaintances. Fox tried to calm Wolf down, but he was indignant. How could he be calm if they were about to get hit? He was so angry that when the phone rang, he involuntarily lost his temper and shouted into the receiver, calling the caller a freak. It turned out it was Rock calling. He was angry at Wolf because he promised to take care of June. And how can he now explain what happened? Wolf blamed it all on Fox, saying he trusted him, but Rock didn't care. The entire board of directors of idiots was furious and demanded blood. Wolf asked why he was being made to feel guilty, since he was not the only one who wanted to remove the chairman. They shouted at each other in unison because everyone was looking for someone to blame. Rock was the first to threaten Wolf to expose his schemes for illegal enrichment and raids. He promised to scalp Wolf with his own hands if he continued to behave like this. Wolf told Fox everything as it was, and he didn't understand why they were again to blame for everything. Wolf turned away and said in an offended tone that it was all because of Fox's stupidity and told him to go. And then he cursed filthily and ordered them to get out as quickly as possible. Fox was extremely indignant that in the ladder of fools he was the last one to get all the blame. He had known for a long time that Wolf was a piece of trash, but now he wasn't ready to just let it go. But before he bit, he had to think everything through carefully. At the same time, news reports began to appear about corruption in the Hunters Association, with 14 directors being accused. The chairman took this opportunity to announce large-scale organizations. It is known that Director Rock spent huge amounts of money on bribery and lobbying. This news caused a great resonance in society. Wolf was also accused of dungeon buying and selling schemes, and all because the investigation had a talkative informant in the person of Fox. Everyone watched this report from the Hunter's office and was outraged by the chaos in the management. Mustachioed Bear said that he would take full responsibility and create a new association. In his past life, he was the main corrupt official, but now everything was different. All the criminals were exposed, which meant that Bear couldn't be accused and fired. In his past life, June himself eliminated Bear, and now this man succeeds in reforming the association. Then June did everything to become the first and reach the highest rank. He walked over people's heads. But now these people surrounded him and supported him with all their might. Bear entered the office with Shirley and said that while he was working, June was lounging around here. Bear laughed and suggested having dinner with the chairman. Now June understood why people said about the director that he was like a high school student.